Marcus Roy releases Rivers of Mercy drowns out the competition.
Florida dog Eeyore guides deputy to missing 86-year-old hero without a cape. Sometimes the best search and rescue team is a loyal dog proving that Lassie never had a monopoly on saving the day.
Mali jihadists block fuel, paralyze capital, and claim victory over commerce. When fuel becomes more precious than gold, even the black market starts looking like a rainbow in a desert.
One man spammed Blitzkrieg stalls EU chat control bill, exposes cracks in democracy. When one keyboard warrior can outmaneuver entire governments, maybe it's time to rethink who's really in control of the conversation.
Maxwell's appeal rejected by U.S. Supreme Court. No escape from her 20-year sentence. When even the highest court shrugs and says, nope, maybe it's time to reconsider your life choices and the company you keep.
Garuda Indonesia taps state fund for $1.4 billion, calls it a lifeline. When your financial plan is basically a rescue mission, it's less about flying high and more about avoiding a nosedive into bankruptcy.
Limp Bizkit teams up with Henry Jackman for Battlefield 6 soundtrack, proving nostalgia is the ultimate cash cow. When your game needs the musical equivalent of a midlife crisis, call in the 90s nu metal Nostalgia Squad. Who knew angsty riffs could be recycled into virtual warfare?
Canva launches new pricing model, starts at $0, fixes nothing. Free tiers are like free lunches. They come with hidden costs and a side of frustration when you realize premium features are just out of reach.
When your dream home depends on a spreadsheet and a politician's poker face, you know the housing market's just a game of Monopoly with real tears.
Trump claims Gaza deal ends Israel-Hamas war, while peace experts wonder if it's just another reality TV plot twist. When your peace plan has a cliffhanger ending and the credits roll before the ink dries, maybe it's time to find a new scriptwriter.
Grijalva wins election but can't sign Epstein petition until seated. Democracy at its finest, elected to make change but stuck waiting for bureaucracy to catch up like a Netflix subscription with no internet connection.
UK intelligence chief. The warn climate crisis threatens national security, but politicians still argue its sunscreen counts as defense spending. When the spies are sweating more about melting ice caps than enemy spies, it's time to stop debating and start acting before we're all sunburned.
Trump plans drug sales overhaul but sons company profits. When nepotism meets healthcare, the only prescription is more profit, not solutions. It's like selling snake oil in a pharmacy labeled innovation.
Democrats sue over radical left rhetoric during shutdown, while Trump administration defends it as free speech. Your National Forest Service website sounding like
Japan ruling coalition collapses after promises of stability. In the game of political Jenga, pulling one wrong block sends the whole tower crashing down, leaving citizens wondering if they ever had a say.
Renewable energy overtakes coal for electricity, an historic first, and fossil fuel lobbyists call it a fluke. Meanwhile, coal executives are busy drafting their next plan, convincing us that smog is just nature's protective blanket.
Solving puzzles as a mental gym feels like trading actual exercise for a Sudoku marathon. Calories burned. 0, but smug satisfaction. Priceless.
Gold nears $4,000 an ounce amid US shutdown, and Wall Street calls it a golden opportunity. When government stalls, the wise turn to shiny rocks, because who needs functioning democracy when you can have bling?
Brazil's Ambipar collapses on governance woes despite once boasting strong ESG credentials. Turns out, even the greenest credentials can't gloss over the stench of mismanaged waste, or the irony of a waste management company in a dumpster fire.
Lab-grown brains promise smarter computers, but no empathy. Turning consciousness into code is like asking a fish to ride a bicycle. It looks impressive until you realize it's still just a fish.
Nobel Prize in Chemistry awarded to 3 scientists for creating molecule-sized hotel rooms, but no free breakfast included. Who knew the secret to scientific glory was turning chemistry into real estate, with gases checking into their molecular suites like tiny tourists?
Israel tallies costs of endless war, peace still absent. After decades of conflict, the only thing that multiplies faster than grief is the number of politicians promising it will be over soon.
Protein engineered for light response promises sight restoration. Biotech says it'll illuminate lives, but until then, the only thing truly visible is the ever-growing price tag on hope.
Herschel Walker appointed as U.S. Bahamas ambassador, marking 15 years of diplomatic silence with a touchdown. From gridiron glory to diplomatic duty, Walker's playbook now includes tackling international relations with the finesse of a quarterback under pressure.
US Supreme Court to redefine Trump's powers while he redefines the meaning of presidential overreach. As the justices juggle Trump's authority, expect a circus act of legal acrobatics, complete with a high-wire balancing act over democracy's abyss.
Man charged in Sydney shooting spree finally selects barrister amid courtroom chaos. When the legal system resembles a sitcom, you know it's bad. Maybe next time they'll just draw straws for justice.
Amazon shuts 19 outdoor deals at you for Prime Day, while your backyard remains a concrete jungle. In this retail wilderness, your wallet's the only thing getting a workout as you hunt for bargains that won't survive the shipping box.
MPs and Jewish leaders demand cancellation of Bob Dylan's Manchester gig after controversial Glastonbury set. When punk rock meets politics, cancel culture gets louder than the music. Irony is the encore no one asked for.
BMW shares nosedive 7%, claiming China's market is now a mirage. As BMW's dreams of Chinese domination evaporate, it seems the only thing accelerating is their slide into the financial ditch.
Javier Milei struts like a rock star, while Argentina's economy nosedives into chaos. As Milei shreds on stage, the Argentine peso shreds itself, proving once again that charisma doesn't pay the bills.
Russian troops reportedly ordered to execute civilian men in Kupiansk 10th Army Corps claims. When war crimes become strategy, humanity is the casualty. The silence of global leaders echoes louder than artillery fire.
Elon Musk unveils affordable Tesla Model Y, but it still costs more than a decent used car. Musk's promise of budget-friendly EVs remains as elusive as his Mars colony, with prices that keep the dream just out of reach for most.
Bloomberg TV pushes the Asia trade live, promises insights from Tokyo and Singapore. When financial forecasts become the new bedtime stories, you know the markets have replaced sheep in our sleepless heads.
Only 20% of 20 Sumer things check voicemail, and memorists call it a lifestyle.
Haywire frontman body slams fan through table and the mosh pit calls it art. When the lead singer treats the fan like a folding chair, it's less about music and more about DIY chiropractic care. Rock on, but maybe with less furniture abuse next time.
Ramones shout, "I wanna live." Punk rock defies the mundane. Curious Piglet 3613 shares the rebellion. When music screams louder than life's static, it's clear the Ramones have more fight in them than most politicians.
National Guard deployment battle intensifies, calls it peacekeeping. When a city needs more troops than tourists, maybe it's time to redefine peace before the only thing left to protect is a shopping cart full of quilted vests.
OpenAI bans suspected China-linked accounts, then claims transparency. When AI companies start playing geopolitical hide-and-seek, maybe they're just one step away from offering a loyalty program for international espionage.
Immigration deports former child soldier Nelson Caldbo after granting asylum, a cruel twist of fate. America's promise of refuge turns into a bureaucratic betrayal. Showing compassion is often just a headline with a short shelf life.
Global banks shift from dollars to gold, then claim stability. When even the banks start hoarding shiny metal like doomsday preppers, you know the financial world's gone full pirate. Time to invest in parrot futures. Turns out our brains are Marie Kondo-ing our memories while we sleep, tossing out the drama and keeping the dull bits that spark joy.
NSW transport bureaucrat confesses to receiving cash at Oporto, inflating invoices, admits corruption. Bureaucrats with a taste for fast food and fast cash remind us that public trust is a currency often squandered on greasy backroom deals.
Trump targets Antifa as a foreign terrorist group while ignoring homegrown extremists. In a twist worthy of a bad spy novel, Trump's solution to domestic unrest is to blame it on foreign boogeymen, because apparently geography is just a suggestion.
Israel and Hamas agreed to first phase of Gaza peace plan, but lasting peace remains elusive.
When human rights clash with political might, it seems some administrations prefer to wield fear over justice, proving once again that empathy takes a back seat in the power play.
Trump claims Hamas held captives to be released Monday or Tuesday, as if peace is an Amazon Prime delivery. In Trump's world, complex geopolitical conflicts resolve on a 2-day shipping schedule. Maybe next he'll promise world peace by lunchtime.
Tesla investigated after self-driving cars drive on wrong side, break traffic laws, and ignore red lights. When your car thinks it's in the UK, but you're firmly in the US, it's not just a software bug, it's a high-speed existential crisis.
Nicole Kidman promises practical magic 2 while working harder than ever, because apparently witches never retire. Kidman's commitment to cinematic witchcraft is as relentless as a broomstick on a caffeine high. At this rate, she'll be casting spells in her sleep.
Kavanaugh leads Supreme Court in embracing alternative facts, setting a new judicial precedent. When truth becomes subjective, justice wears a blindfold not to signify impartiality, but to avoid the spectacle of its own moral myopia.
Only 30% of security teams blend AI with human workflows, and the webinar calls it revolutionary. Because nothing screams cutting edge like a free online seminar, where the future of cybersecurity is a PowerPoint away from world peace.
Federal prosecutor resists Trump's pressure to charge Letitia James, and the circus rolls on. When the justice system is a tug-of-war between ego and ethics, it's a wonder the courthouse hasn't been rebranded as the Big Top.
Imperial Brands plans $1.45 billion claimback, then claims fiscal health. When corporations play musical chairs with cash, it's less about investor confidence and more about keeping the executive bonuses on a steady beat.
Taylor Swift skipped Super Bowl halftime, citing Travis Kelce fandom as her top priority. When pop royalty ditches the grandest stage for love's sidelines, it's a touchdown for romance but a fumble for spectacle.
Outkast celebrates the art of storytelling. Then Slick Rick drops lyrical gems from 1999. In a world where tales spin like vinyl, these hip-hop legends craft narratives richer than any streaming service's algorithm could dream.
Chinese regulators unveil measures to curb price wars, then industry growth stalls. When the market's watchdogs bark louder than the currency, businesses learn that profit margins are as elusive as the promises of a planned economy.
ICE agents fire pepper ball at pastor, then call it crowd control.
When the renewable revolution barely dents the smog, it's like replacing cigarettes with candy cigarettes and calling it a health breakthrough.
When your tunnel vision includes ignoring the environment, maybe it's time to rebrand as the boringly irresponsible company. Digging deep isn't just for tunnels, it's for excuses too.
When your grand strategy involves freezing civilians, you've traded humanity for hubris. Looks like Moscow's latest weapon is winter itself, and empathy's left out in the cold.
Canada reports job gains in September, yet unemployment rate remains unchanged. Adding jobs without lowering unemployment is like filling a sieve with water and wondering why you're still thirsty.
JP Morgan demands biometric data from staff, calls it security. Welcome to the future, where your iris scan is your office key, unless you're in the upper echelon, and your badge still reigns supreme. Equality, meet your new overlord, the retina reader.
Macron calls emergency meeting to appoint PM, political chaos intensifies. When the political spectrum resembles a circus, even the ringmaster struggles to keep the lions from devouring the clowns.
YouTube algorithm promotes over and over by Youngdub calls it discovery. In the endless scroll of digital noise, a track rises like a phoenix, only to be buried under an avalanche of influencer apologies and cat videos. Play it again, Sam, because the algorithm demands it.
French PM scrambles to stabilize cabinet, then chaos reigns. In the grand tradition of political theatre, the French PM is performing a high-wire act without a safety net, while former allies toss tomatoes from the peanut gallery. Vive la Revolution, but don't forget the popcorn.
Pope Leo XIV plans Turkey and Lebanon visit, then Vatican shrugs. The Pope's travel itinerary reads like a rock star's tour schedule, but without the groupies or pyrotechnics. As he takes his first foreign trip, the Vatican remains blissfully indifferent, because who needs excitement when you have divine appointments?
AstraZeneca inks $555 million. AI-driven therapies. When the curate costs a fortune, the sickness becomes the business model, and hope is just another line item on the balance sheet.
Donald Trump boasts about silencing free speech, then calls it patriotism. In this topsy-turvy timeline, where up is down and freedom is a gag order, the president's pride in censorship is the new American dream. Who knew the First Amendment could be rewritten with a Sharpie and bravado?
Senate deadlocks on shutdown, Trump threatens Democrats, Day 8 drags on. When political theater becomes a rerun, the audience starts rooting for the curtain to fall just to end the show.
Arthur Brooks publishes Guide to Collective Illusions, then sells it as enlightenment. Because who better to illuminate the murky depths of your social delusions than a man who spent years lecturing in Moscow, where independent thought once danced the polka with danger? Brooks' Guide promises to free your mind for the small price of your undivided attention and maybe a smidgen of your skepticism.
Weak magnetic field affects earthworm movements, researchers baffled. Nature's gentle nudge might just be a hint that even worms are more in tune with the universe than the average politician.
NPR claims credit card debt doesn't mean you're bad with money as interest rates soar. In a world where financial literacy is a luxury, NPR's soothing whispers assure you that it's not your fault you're drowning in debt. It's like telling a cat stuck in a tree it's not bad at climbing. Just ignore the branches snapping beneath you.
Explosions hit Kabul while Taliban push diplomacy with India. Diplomacy's delicate dance gets interrupted by the usual soundtrack of chaos, proving once again that some negotiations are best done with earplugs on.
Kokolethophoros wield power over Earth's climate, but Congress debates if algae have lobbyists. While these microscopic marvels quietly save our planet by scrubbing carbon and releasing oxygen, the suits in power squabble over imaginary algae lobbyists. Maybe if Kokolethophoros could vote, they'd get the respect they deserve. Until then, they'll keep working silently, without a seat at the table or a seatbelt on the Titanic.
Gaza South hears peace as truce silences violence. The sea whispers sweet nothings to a population with PTSD, proving that sometimes the loudest silence is the one that's been missing too long.
Senate schedules 7th vote to end shutdown, redefining insanity. Apparently, the Senate's motto is, if at first you don't succeed, fail 6 more times. With each futile vote, they redefine insanity, while the rest of us redefine patience. Maybe on the 8th try, they'll realize that playing political Groundhog Day won't open the government doors.
Marathon buys First Brand's debt at 40 cents, calls it a great company. Marathon Asset Management must have confused great with grading as they scoop up discount debt like it's a Black Friday doorbuster. Who knew a bad balance sheet could be such a seductive siren song? Maybe Marathon's next purchase will be beachfront property in Atlantis.
Proximity Media teases boundary-pushing films, yet Hollywood remains unchanged. Two visionaries promise revolution, but the industry's old guard clings to power like it's their last lifeboat on the Titanic.
Trump claims Gaza peace plan will succeed, unlike Biden's, despite zero new strategies. In a plot twist that only a reality TV star could script, Trump promises to solve decades-old conflicts with the same bravado he used to sell steaks and universities. If peace were as easy as slapping your name on a building, maybe he'd have a shot. But until then, it's just another episode of The Apprentice, Middle East Edition.
United Nations
slashes peacekeeping forces by 25% amid US funding issues. Global security takes a backseat to budget cuts, proving once again that dollars trump diplomacy in the dance of international relations.
Matthew Jonathan orchestrates Thaxted with 25 instruments, promises epic, but claims it only gets better after 2 minutes. Like a blind date that insists the conversation improves after dessert, this orchestral piece teases listeners to hang on past the awkward small talk. If only symphonies could start at the crescendo, we'd all be spared the musical foreplay.
Trump appointee declares Portland National Guard deployment illegal, contradicts the very hand that fed him. It's like watching a magician reveal his own tricks, only to realize he's been pulling rabbits out of someone else's hat. When loyalty to the law outpaces loyalty to the king, the court jester gets the last laugh.
White House memo declares furloughed federal workers won't receive back pay, contradicting past practices. In the land of opportunity, it seems missed paychecks are just another perk of serving the public good.
Gunman kills Judge Astrid Kalaja in Tirana courtroom. Justice takes a bullet in broad daylight. When the scales of justice become target practice and truth lies bleeding on the courtroom floor, even Lady Justice might want to remove her blindfold and duck for cover.
Google Pixel 10 Pro Fold launches at over $2,000, fixes nothing. In 5 years, foldables went from futuristic marvels to overpriced pocket origami, proving once again that innovation often folds under the weight of its own hype.
Tesla's idea of cheering us up is to sell a cut-price car, because nothing says happy like slashing costs when subsidies vanish faster than a politician's promise.
Bobbies enlists Wall Street banks to refinance debt, calls it strategic. When your art auction empire needs financial CPR, it's a masterpiece of irony. The only bidding war is for who gets to hold the bag.
In the quest for a digital Eden, creators find themselves in yet another walled garden. It's like giving them a megaphone that only whispers.
Peru's Congress asks.
Trump nominated for Nobel Peace Prize, world scratches head. Awarding peace prizes for chaos is like giving a pyromaniac a fire safety badge. The only thing burning is our sense of irony.
Arctic monkeys declare vampires a bit strong, but that's like saying the sun's a bit warm. Indie rock's favorite Yorkshire lads serve up irony with a side of existential dread, proving once again that sarcasm is their second language. Who needs daylight when you've got biting wit?
Keith Urban's rumored romance has Maggie Barr singing about fighting feelings while tabloids fight for clicks. When life gives you country music drama, you make a melody out of media frenzy. Maybe Barr should pen a tune about the real love triangle, her, Urban, and the relentless rumor mill.
Ceasefire declared as IDF retreats from Gaza, peace remains elusive. A ceasefire is...
Wall Street pauses its high-flying spree and Asian stocks hit snooze on potential. When the big guy takes a nap, everyone else gets a free pass to underachieve. Maybe the market's just hungover from its own success party.
Institut Montaigne director claims French government failed, labels it end of an era. When the old guard clings to power like a toddler to a security blanket, expect more tantrums and fewer solutions.
When your state's idea of a field trip involves camo and confusion, maybe it's time to rethink your travel plans. What's next? Cowboy hats on Michigan Avenue.
US buys 10% of Trilogy metals, calls it energy security, because nothing screams energy independence quite like outsourcing it to our friendly neighbors up north. Who knew the American dream included a Canadian plot twist?
When your financial fertilizer hits the fan, even the mightiest hedge funds can't stop the stink. Brazil's green hydrogen dreams are now fertilized with irony.
Israel-Hamas deal pressures political left and never-Trumpers to choose sides. When peace talks feel like a high-stakes poker game, you know diplomacy's gone rogue. Let's hope nobody's bluffing with the future on the line.
Trump's EPA probe detecting abortion pills in wastewater while claiming to protect freedoms. The freedom to monitor your toilet bowl for pills they don't like? Welcome to surveillance disguised as morality, where Big Brother meets the bathroom.
US banks dominate AI adoption, claiming innovation while foreclosing on humanity. In the race for AI supremacy, banks blend algorithms with avarice, ensuring machines learn greed before empathy. Progress measured in profits, not people.
When euphoria drives the market bus, expect a crash course in reality.
The stock market, a modern oracle, rises on whispers and riddles as traders decipher the Fed's financial tarot cards, hoping for a sign.
Family courts in England and Wales report 87% domestic abuse rate, watchdog reveals. When family court resembles a boxing ring, maybe it's time to question whether the referee's even in the building or just counting cash.
Apparently, two types of skeptics need wooing: the conspiracy theorists and the confused. But hey, who needs trust when you have PDFs and pie charts?
Trump threatens new China tariffs. Stocks nosedive to worst day since April. When you mix volatile markets with presidential threats, it's like shaking a soda can and wondering why it explodes. Wall Street's new roller coaster slogan: scream if you want to go faster.
Nobel Peace Prize awarded to Maria Corina Machado for advancing democratic rights in Venezuela. Future still uncertain. Winning a prize for democracy in a country where ballots are more decorative than decisive is like getting a medal for running a marathon on a treadmill.
Apple and Google bow to Texas age law, warn it cuts privacy. When big tech and big Texas tango, privacy gets trampled. It's like asking a fox to guard the henhouse, then acting shocked when feathers fly.
If counting letters is your cardio, welcome to the gym of gridlocked glory. Just remember, solving isn't just a hobby, it's a lifestyle choice.
Polish communities in Lithuania, Belarus, and Latvia face increasing cultural erasure. Heritage hangs by a thread. When your identity is a political pawn on a chessboard of nations, every cultural festival feels like a desperate game of keep away.
Madagascar's president demands a year to solve crises, then threatens resignation. When a leader treats governance like a high-stakes game of fix it or quit, you know the political forecast is as chaotic as a toddler with a toolkit.
Israel claims troop withdrawal from Gaza, but peace remains elusive. It's like announcing you've stopped poking a hornet's nest while still holding a stick behind your back. Trust is a fragile thing.
Trump nominee Paul Engracia faces serious allegations, yet confirmation process marches on. It's like trying to sell a car with no brakes, while insisting it's a feature, not a flaw, political theater at its finest.
Ocean heat waves break Earth's climate engine, but fossil fuel giants still claim it's business as usual. It's like the planet's on a fever dream, and they're prescribing more coal because nothing says cool down like burning up.
Extra screen time slashes kids' math and reading scores by 10%. Parents caught off guard. Turns out, handing over a tablet isn't the shortcut to genius. It's more like giving them a ticket to the bottom of the class.
Delta profits soar amid travel surge, yet passengers still pay sky-high fees and endure turbulence on the ground. It's the aviation version of heads we win, tails you lose, where customers get nickel and dimed while the airline cashes in on the rebound.
Canadian crude surges to its strongest since July, fueled by Asian thirst for heavy oil. While the planet warms, oil profits stay cool. It's like watching a house on fire and marveling at the heat.
Ukraine strike claims 3 lives in Russia's Belgorod region, while officials trade blame and civilians bear the brunt. In this grim game of geopolitical chess, the pawns are always the first to fall, as leaders play their high-stakes match with human lives.
Jamie Dimon warns of 30% market correction, claims heightened concern compared to peers. When a billionaire worries, the rest of us should probably sprint for cover, but hey, at least tech stock gamblers have 9 lives.
When the cat's out of the bag and the Constitution is under the rug, leaders redefine liberty to fit their own audacious narratives.
London tumbles out of top 20 IPO markets, trailing behind Mexico in unexpected twist. When the financial capital loses its crown to tequila and tacos, perhaps it's time to question if Big Ben's ticking or just talking.
Only 12% of deportees have criminal records, and the administration calls it national security. When a celebrated chef gets the boot, it's clear the menu's less about safety and more about serving up a side of xenophobia.
Disney resumes early development on Tangled live action, and Scarlett Johansson eyes Mother Gothel role. Because nothing says youth-obsessed villain like casting a 40-year-old bombshell who's played everything from a super spy to a tree.
Kosovo receives thousands of drones. Vučić lashes out at Turkey, decrying Balkan imperialism. When drones fly over disputed lands, it's less about delivery routes and more about delivering old grudges wrapped in new tech.
AI industry banks on a small Dutch city hoping for silicon magic. When your tech revolution hinges on a town better known for tulips than transistors, you might be building castles in the windmill-filled sky.
When your epic saga gets shrink-wrapped into sitcom length, it's not so much a fantasy as it is a medieval punchline.
Ceasefire deal sparks joy in Gaza, yet peace remains elusive. A ceasefire is like a band-aid on a bullet wound. It covers the pain but doesn't heal the deep, festering wounds of decades-long conflict.
Colin Farrell and Tilda Swinton gamble on new drama, call it terrifying in a lovely way. When actors liken their work to a friendly duel, you know the stakes are high and the Oscar bait is real.
Ubisoft kills post-Civil War Assassin's Creed, history fans sigh. Nothing like Xing a chance to assassinate bigotry in virtual reality. Maybe they feared the plot twist would be too close to home.
Price spikes will leave thousands of Kentuckians without insurance, and the market calls it a correction.
Trump's comments about pardoning Maxwell are hurtful, says Epstein victim's brother, as if empathy is optional. In the twisted carnival of justice, compassion's the first act to get booed off stage.
Billions vanish in low-profile bankruptcy. Wall Street pretends surprise. When money evaporates like morning mist, it makes you wonder if the real magic trick is how quickly everyone forgets who was holding the wand.
Capitalist patriarchy constrains both women and men, reveals Cordelia Fine podcast, proving equality still a whispered myth in the economic jungle.
Viktor Orban's secret Brussels spy network collapses, exposing espionage in the heart of EU democracy, like a bad sequel to a Cold War thriller.
Johnson & Johnson ordered to pay $966 million talc cancer case continues. Just another day in the life of a corporate giant where $1 billion slap on the wrist is the cost of doing business and the price of accountability is just a line item on a balance sheet.
Rick Caruso unveils rebuilding plan for LA post-fires, promises resilience while ignoring climate change like it's a bad dream that'll just go away. When billionaires offer hope but skip the science, it's like putting a band-aid on a volcano. Good luck with that, LA.
Stephen Miller crafts immigration policy, calls it security, while leaving empathy locked outside like a stray dog in a snowstorm. When compassion is on the no-fly list, policies become barbed wire fences around the human spirit.
Putin invades Ukraine, claims liberation, while the empire he clings to slips through his fingers like sand in an hourglass. When war is your only tool, every problem looks like a crumbling empire.
RFK Jr.'s shenanigans failed, COVID shot access unchanged, deja vu all over again. When your public health strategy is stuck on repeat, it's like trying to reboot a crashed system with the same faulty code, hoping for a different outcome in a world where our logic is on life support.
Dujay asserts privilege, shields Uganda deportation details, transparency takes another hit.
California introduces AI transparency law, calls it progress, yet leaves the wild west of unregulated algorithms running rampant.
In this deadly police say Opera House protest is a disaster while ignoring the symphony of dissent echoing through the streets. When authority plays conductor, the tune of freedom becomes a cacophony of control.
Vietnam ends gold monopoly. Shoppers hesitate as prices fall. Freedom feels uncertain. It's like unlocking the vault to a treasure, only to find the dragons of doubt and caution guarding the door, leaving shopkeepers to count the seconds instead of profits.
Bondi erupts over Epstein files linking Trump, truth dodged, questions linger. It's like watching a magician reveal the trick by accident, leaving the audience questioning whether they saw sleight of hand or just a clumsy illusion.
Trump injects millions into Argentina, fails to lift President Milei's approval because cash can't buy charisma or fix a currency crisis. When your political lifeline turns into a lead balloon, even Trump's dollars can't patch the holes in Milia's sinking ship.
Zelensky vows action after Russian blackout, but Kiev's resilience outshines bombs because darkness has never been a match for determination. When your enemy thinks flipping the switch will dim your spirit, they forget you've already lit the fire within.
KPM drops Life, Death, and the In-Between, but nothing's groundbreaking, just echoes. Pop and hip-hop fused like a smoothie with too many flavors, leaving listeners wondering if it's art or just noise with a fancy title.
Orban demands rate cuts. Forint sinks, claiming economic revival, but the currency's nosedive suggests this might be a shortcut to nowhere. When your economy's lifeline is a desperate rate cut, you might be drowning in more than just fiscal policy.
The Kites release Skylar with indie rock vibes, but barely lift off.
Peter Thiel claims Greta Thunberg may be the Antichrist, warns AI regulations could bankrupt tech billionaires because nothing says rational like a billionaire's paranoia. When tech titans fear teenage activists and accountability, maybe it's time to redefine what visionary really means. Less fear-mongering, more future-building.
In an era where rock legends fade, the music remains defiant, echoing through the silence left behind by another voice gone quiet.
Trump imposes 25% tariff on heavy trucks, and the freight industry moves 73% of domestic cargo. The art of the deal is apparently to make your own economy a roadblock. Good luck delivering on those campaign promises, literally.
ICE purchases vehicles with fake cell towers to spy on phones, claiming it's for national security.
UBS warns credit market weakens, vulnerabilities grow, despite issuance boom. When the financial wizards start sweating, it's time to check if your wallet's still in your pocket or just an illusion of prosperity.
Only 15% of parents trust in laws with kids' safety, and your husband calls it no big deal. If grandparenting means turning your teen into a keg stand champion, maybe it's time for a family intervention.
When your political commentary sounds like a rejected soap opera script, maybe it's time to swap the teleprompter for a reality check.
When your show has more complaints than viewers, maybe it's time to swap shock value for actual value, unless outrage is the only currency that counts.
Nashville skydiving instructor dies in accident, yet gravity remains undefeated. When your job involves plummeting to earth for thrills, it's a grim twist when the ground calls the shots.
Only 30% of new rock bands reach mainstream, and Rel's is a love affair, thinks it's an exception. In a world where Spotify's algorithm decides your fate, rock bands better hope they swipe right on the sound of rebellion.
Likud gains strength as Yesh Atid drops below electoral threshold. When political survival hinges on the whims of polls, democracy becomes a game of musical chairs where the music is always off-key.
Apple and Google reluctantly comply with Texas age verification, call it a privacy-friendly move. In Texas, your right to party is now subject to algorithmic approval, because nothing says freedom like showing ID to surf the web.
When affordable means slightly less expensive than a small house, the electric dream feels more like a shock to the wallet.
Zelensky says Kremlin rejects peace efforts. Even Hamas is more diplomatic. When a group known for conflict is more chatty than you, it might be time to rethink your PR strategy, Mr. Putin.
Netflix launches Boots, a queer series set in Marine training, challenging traditional masculinity. When your Secretary of War feels threatened by a TV show, maybe it's time to question who's really in charge of the battles, Pete.
Salesforce refuses extortion demand after $1 billion records breach, defies criminals.
Maduro offers Venezuela's riches to U.S., hoping to dodge conflict while sitting on an oil throne. When your peace offering is your entire country's wealth, it's less diplomacy and more clearance sale on sovereignty.
Chicago's ice blitz targets black communities, echoes predicted surveillance states. The future they warned about arrived on time, complete with a full set of denials and a hefty bill for anyone not in the loop.
Trump slams Bad Bunny at Super Bowl, calls it absolutely ridiculous while defending his own karaoke career. When your cultural critique comes from a man who thinks YMCA a political anthem, it's like taking fashion tips from a potato sack.
When billionaires clutch their pearls over currency, it's time to ask if the real risk isn't the system they profit from, but the one they're creating.
Merce vows to fight EU gas guzzler ban, claiming it's an attack on Germany's right to pollute freely. Because nothing says forward-thinking leadership like clinging to fossil fuels as the planet boils and electric cars zip by.
J.K. Rowling mocks Vancouver Park Board's apology over Harry Potter event, as if wizardry needs bureaucratic blessings. Apparently magic requires paperwork now. Next they'll ask Hermione to fill out a form for every spell she casts.
Amazon slashes headphone prices for Prime Day, but somehow your budget still vanishes.
Pam Bondi set to testify before Congress after Comey indictment. When political theater becomes the main act, you have to wonder if the real crime is the script or the actors who can't quit the stage.
Israel approves a Gaza ceasefire, but peace remains a distant fantasy. It's like pressing pause on a horror movie. The characters might stop screaming, but the monster isn't gone.
IBM announced its Anthropic deal, calling it a new AI frontier while stockholders drool over profit. When tech giants make deals, innovation wears the dollar sign, and the future gets auctioned off to the highest bidder.
Trump promises Israeli hostage families their loved ones are all coming back despite chaos. When reality TV meets international diplomacy, promises are as solid as a sandcastle in a hurricane, yet somehow people still cheer for the show.
ICE launches propaganda blitz, labeling detention centers as community spaces while ignoring cries of injustice echoing through their walls. When your cages are called safe havens, Orwell rolls in his grave, and truth gets a makeover uglier than the lie.
La Niña emerges, raises drought risks for California and Brazil, contradicts climate promises. Mother Nature's mood swings continue, and it turns out that betting on a stable climate is like playing roulette on a tilting table.
European Commission approves EU aid for Ukrainian military salaries, calling it a defensive investment while ignoring the cracks in their own union. When peace is funded by war budgets, Brussels plays chess with real lives, and the pawns never get a say.
Dell raises revenue forecast by 5%, claiming AI demand will drive growth while conveniently glossing over where all that data comes from. When financial forecasts look like AI fairy tales, remember, the magic's in the data mine, and we're all just the canaries.
Google invests $10 billion in Visakhapatnam for Asia's largest data center, labeled it Progress, building the digital future 1 megawatt at a time, while the locals wonder if they can afford the electricity to power their dreams.
President Lula unveils housing finance plan, eyeing 2026 re-election as homes become political currency in Brazil's electoral gamble. When votes come wrapped in mortgage agreements, remember, what's promised today might just be tomorrow's foreclosure notice.
Only 30% of links on Reddit actually work. And this latest post is just another broken promise in the digital wasteland. The tech apocalypse is here, folks, where even pixels can't find a safe home. Welcome to the psycho-digital circus where every click's a gamble.
In a world where creepy is the new normal, who needs horror movies when real life offers courtrooms full of chills and thrills?
Bad Religion releases Modern Man into the void, but the void keeps scrolling.
Trump plans to overhaul drug sales, and a company linked to his son stands to profit. When the family that runs the show starts cashing in on policy changes, it's less about public health and more about dynastic wealth.
Taiwan president claims Trump deserves Nobel if he ends China's force against Taiwan. World peace through negotiation? More likely we'll see pigs fly before diplomacy becomes more than a headline-grabbing fantasy.
White House claims a more than 1,000% rise in assaults on ICE agents, but actual data contradicts this assertion. When numbers start to lie, it's either the calculator's broken or someone's cooking the books for a side of fear-mongering.
Phantom Taurus targets governments with stealth malware, while China denies involvement with a straight face. When your data vanishes into thin air, just blame the ghost in the machine, because accountability is so last season.
Rare Bohemian Rhapsody vinyl sells for staggering amount in a collector's drawer. When nostalgia costs more than rent, you know we're living in a world where past glories are the new currency, and reality is just a sideshow.
Trump supporters rage over Nobel snub, then claim the prize is rigged.
Global scientists debate GM wildlife ban as nonprofits fear ecological chaos. When your conservation strategy sounds like a Jurassic Park sequel, it might be time to rethink your screenplay.
Ex-Scots election official buys Dominion voting systems, now claims per-ballot pricing will ensure transparency.
Investors rush to gold, nearing $4,000, fearing U.S. shutdown. When the dollar feels as reliable as a paper boat in a hurricane, shiny rocks suddenly look like lifeboats.
Far-right leader Memescreamer demands Ukrainians barred from Polish parliament because inclusivity is apparently a bridge too far for his narrow worldview. When your politics are as inclusive as a bouncer at an exclusive club, and the dress code is xenophobia.
Hackers exploit Zimbra Zero Day, targeting Brazilian military with malicious ICS files. When your digital defenses are as tight as a sieve, even outdated tactics can feel like cutting-edge warfare.
Only 10% of investors trust Wall Street's daily advice, and Jonathan Farrow calls it positioning for success. When your daily dose of market wisdom is as reliable as a horoscope, but with more suits and less stardust.
The Atlantic special issue features 25 historical figures, and they forgot to include women or people of color in the revolution, celebrating 250 years of revolution with the same old faces, because who needs diversity when you have powdered wigs and quills?
Zelensky claims effective long-range strikes will hasten peace in Ukraine. In a world where peace means precision-guided warfare, who knew tranquility came with a missile rangefinder and a drone operator's manual?
Only 20% of chart-topping songs tackle politics, and the music industry calls it timeless. When the world's on fire, it's the artists strumming guitars who sound the real alarm, because silence is just another form of complicity.
Microsoft forces millions to buy new PCs, calls it progress. When your upgrade path is a corporate cattle prod, remember, planned obsolescence is just another name for a high-tech shakedown.
Treasuries rise as government shutdown.
When even a PR puppet can't keep the strings from tangling, maybe it's time to cut the marionette show altogether.
Federal Reserve shrinks balance sheet, claims it's managing liquidity, when the money's running out faster than a Tinder date with a crypto bro. Maybe it's time to rethink the economic romance novel.
Political identities hijack cultural symbols and preferences, turning even coffee choices into partisan flags. When a latte becomes a leftist manifesto and black coffee screams conservative grit, it's clear we've turned breakfast beverages into battle lines, leaving common sense bitterly stirred.
Zhongji Inulite eyes Hong Kong listing, seeks fresh capital. Because nothing says economic stability like jumping into the stock market, equivalent of a magic trick. Now you see your money, now you don't.
Belgian authorities dismantle terror cell, foil plot against PM Bart de Wever. In a world where political survival means dodging more than just tough questions, de Wever's real campaign strategy is now Stay Alive 2025.
AI models allegedly plot murder but mostly just hallucinate threats. When your chatbot's sinister schemes involve overthrowing humanity with a spoon, it's a stark reminder that our real threat might just be overactive imaginations and undercooked algorithms.
Ukrainian drones bomb Russian soldiers, proving size doesn't matter. When your opponent's strategy is lost in the woods, it's only a matter of time before technology turns them into a cautionary tale. When national pride is measured in euros, it's hard to tell if the planes are soaring or if it's just the budget taking flight.
When your economic allies start side-eyeing your immigration tactics, maybe it's time to reassess if your foreign policy is more wrecking ball than diplomacy.
Naked mole rats' DNA promises long life, but they still look like sausages with teeth. When your fountain of youth comes wrapped in a package only a mother could love, maybe immortality is best left to the imagination.
Giving Trump credit for peace is like thanking a hurricane for watering your garden. Destructive, chaotic, and ultimately not what you asked for.
Bill Belichick eyes buyout with North Carolina, leaving Patriots fans in suspense. When the hooded genius considers college football, you know the NFL might be more cutthroat than a Shark Tank filled with dollar bills.
Rediger Never Trust Trump posts Frank Zappa's Fascist Theocracy on YouTube, a rock anthem for our dystopian times. Zappa's riffing on theocracy is like a guitar solo in a library, loud, unapologetic, and making the establishment wish they brought earplugs.
When the left can't agree on who gets the last slice of the revolutionary pie, you know the system's working exactly as designed.
Teen activists challenge social media bans, could rewrite the rules using hashtags and heart emojis. When the revolution is led by teenagers, expect the Constitution to get a makeover with a side of TikTok dances and Snapchat filters.
Guess it's time to redefine temporary as the new forever, while we all pretend the economy's just taking a long, scenic detour to prosperity.
Dominion sells for undisclosed millions, still haunted by 2020 conspiracy theories. Selling the company won't erase the past, but it might buy a few new yachts for the executives who dodged the fallout.
Canaccord analyst rates 4 out of 5 cannabis stocks as buys, betting on regulatory reform. Because nothing says high expectations like banking on politicians to finally roll one up and pass the peace pipe of progress.
California law mutes streaming ads, aims to silence digital shoutfests. Turning down the volume on greed might take more than legislation. Some folks just love the sound of their own money.
IDF flattens dozens under rubble minutes before Gaza ceasefire, timing as precise as a broken watch. Because nothing says peace process like a final round of devastation before the ink on the ceasefire is even dry.
Zelensky accuses Russians of using Shadow Fleet tankers for drone sabotage, proving you can weaponize just about anything these days. When tankers become stealth bombers, it's clear the line between trade and treachery is thinner than a Kremlin excuse.
Texas court halts execution for Robert Roberson. Questions shaken baby diagnosis. Justice delayed by a week. Truth remains on life support, but at least it got a temporary reprieve from the executioner's clock.
British pop star Lola Young cancels all upcoming shows after collapsing on stage, proving even pop stars need a reboot now and then. When your encore is a faceplant, the universe is telling you even divas need downtime. Take 5, Lola.
Denmark plans social media ban for under 15s, calls it protection. Because nothing says child safety like pretending teenagers don't know how to lie about their age online, right?
Berlin Zoo celebrates rare hippo birth, and the calf splash is the only thing making waves without controversy. Finally, a zoo resident who won't tweet a scandal, here's hoping the little hippo doesn't grow up to run for office.
Macron offers France's support for Gaza peace while condemning West Bank settlements as if they were the latest fashion disaster. France, always ready to play peacekeeper as long as someone else picks up the tab. A little like offering to DJ but bringing no records.
Knights mocks historical analysis with how many children had Lady Macbeth? As if Shakespeare's text were a reality TV show needing fact-checking. Analyzing fiction as history. It's like demanding birth certificates for unicorns. Let's not get lost in the forest when it's all about the trees.
Helena Bonham Carter and Tim Burton's 2 children, Billy and Nell, are celebrated as Hollywood's quirkiest legacy, while their parents remain cinema's avant-garde exes. In the world of celebrity progeny, being the offspring of a gothic queen and a cinematic oddball means your bedtime stories are probably directed by Wes Anderson.
Trump DOJ Nothing like a scandal to distract from the fact that the only wall being built is between truth and accountability.
Former Red Hot Chili Peppers star pleads for help on GoFundMe to escape homelessness, a stark contrast to the band's rock royalty status. It's a twisted encore when the music industry leaves its legends busking for digital dimes, proving fame's after-party is often a lonely street corner.
Ryan Reynolds claims he'd have had a punching vasectomy if son Olin, too, had arrived sooner, turning fatherhood into a punchline. Reynolds' humor is as sharp as Deadpool's swords, but even his quips can't snip the reality that parenting isn't all Hollywood glitz and giggles.
IRS reveals new federal tax brackets for 2026 claiming inflation adjustment. When the tax man adjusts for inflation, but your paycheck remains deflated, it's like rearranging deck chairs on a sinking ship.
CoreWeave's CEO dismisses circular investment concerns, claiming transparency while the financial merry-go-round spins like a tilt-a-whirl on Wall Street. Ah, the sweet symphony of capitalism, where spinning tales of transparency is easier than spinning a profit without the smoke and mirrors.
Zoran Mamdani challenges power structures, then plays the political game. When an outsider becomes an insider, the revolution often turns into a polite request for change in triplicate.
Gaia unmasks tumbling asteroids, revealing their chaotic insides, but forgets to mention how they're still better organized than most political cabinets. Turns out, even in space, collisions are more revealing than a politician's tax returns. Who knew asteroids could teach us about disorder with such cosmic flair?
Critics dissect Carol from every angle, yet still miss how its subtlety could teach modern cinema a thing or two about nuance. Even from the back row, the film's quiet power outshines the average blockbuster's pyrotechnics. Who knew love stories could be so revolutionary without a single explosion?
Top-tier AI SOC platforms boast innovation, then mimic the competition. In the race to outdo each other, they promise unique solutions while offering the same recycled tech wrapped in shinier marketing.
Grief is still wrong, but politicians prefer to count days over taking action. Apparently, calendars are the new empathy.
Trump promises all hostages released, then shares a vague map. A map as clear as mud paired with promises as solid as smoke. Perfect recipe for geopolitical clarity in the age of social media diplomacy.
Fox News' Pete Hegseth invests in crypto, loses 42%, calls it a learning experience. When your financial guru is better at dodging facts than dodging losses, maybe it's time to question your portfolio priorities.
Keir Starmer asked to confront Modi while Jagtar Johal remains detained since 2017. When international diplomacy moves at a snail's pace, the only ones left running are the families chasing justice. LA County considers emergency declaration to counter ICE raids. When the protectors become the threat, the land of the free contemplates emergency measures to defend its own from its own.
Government shutdown triggers sweeping layoffs, yet Congress remains well-fed and comfy. While the workers face uncertainty and empty cupboards, lawmakers continue their well-paid siesta, proving once again that empathy is not a job requirement.
Trump tariffs disrupt crypto market, spark record liquidations. When a single policy move can crash the digital gold rush, you know the economy is a game of Jenga with a sledgehammer.
Ceasefire announced in Israel, but peace remains as elusive as a unicorn. Joy erupts in Tel Aviv, yet lasting peace is still a fantasy, as fragile as a sandcastle at high tide.
Maryland soybean farmers squeezed by US-China trade war, profits plummet. When international politics turns your crops into collateral damage, it's time to question who's really farming who in this global mess.
Prime Day slashes fitness tracker prices.
Because who needs health when you've got discounts? While you're busy counting steps and calories, remember it's your wallet that's really getting the workout this Prime Day.
Parents pay for extra parenting with sanity, and no one offers a refund. When twin second graders wear you down, remember, parenting is the only endurance sport without a medal ceremony.
Katie Porter's viral videos backfire, campaign spirals into chaos. When authenticity becomes a liability, maybe it's time to question if the system prefers polished lies over raw truth.
Donald Trump dismisses Bad Bunny's Super Bowl gig despite zero familiarity with the artist.
Rick Perry partners in Texas energy upheaval, promises 11 gigawatt AI data center, but keeps fossil fuels on speed dial. When Texas energy dreams collide with reality, you get a high-tech mirage powered by yesterday's fuel.
Netanyahu vows to disarm Hamas after ceasefire starts, yet peace remains elusive. Promises of disarmament are easy to make when conflict brews profits and power, but true peace requires more than threats and vows.
Only 20% of social connections slow aging, and scientists call it a breakthrough. Turns out hugging your bestie might keep you young. Who knew friendship was the fountain of youth, not kale smoothies?
San Francisco benches Brock Purdy, Mac Jones remains a mystery, and fans call it strategy. The NFL's latest play turned quarterback injuries into a game of musical chairs. Who needs stability when you can have suspense?
Russia inches ahead in Ukraine. Report claims 90,000 troops dead in 2025. In a grim tally where lives are mere numbers, the only winners are those counting the bodies from air-conditioned offices.
Pharmaceutical industry dismisses finasteride. Depression risk still profits from hair loss. When your mental health takes a back seat to a full head of hair, it's clear the industry's priorities are as thin as your receding hairline.
German mayor-elect stabbed, left gravely wounded right outside her home. In a world where public service becomes a perilous path, the real danger lies in the silence that follows such violent acts.
Tech CEOs sell pixelated art for millions, call it democratizing art. When a digital doodle costs more than a house, it's clear the only thing non-fungible here is common sense.
Tata Seidel's IPO hits $1.7 billion. Investors call it a bargain. When the rich get richer by buying pieces of the pie, the rest of us are left with crumbs and a side of irony.
Nationwide survey reveals bedtime screen use worsens sleep, denies age exceptions. When technology becomes a bedtime story, it's
Robert Jenner claims judges favor migrants, while dodging racism accusations over no white faces remark. When politicians juggle racism and xenophobia, it's a circus act where dignity is the only thing that takes a nosedive.
Redditors try to decode a broken link, creating a digital scavenger hunt for the elusive Back Future post. In the age of misinformation, even hyperlinks are cryptic riddles, leaving users to wonder if they've stumbled upon a treasure map or just internet litter.
Dodgers clinch NLCS spot thanks to opponent's blunder, not skill. When fate hands you a win on a silver platter, It's a reminder that sometimes luck wears the uniform, not talent.
In the Kremlin's dictionary, massive attack means gentle persuasion, as if shutting off the lights will somehow illuminate the path to peace.
Columnist claims Bezos aids Trump's democracy demolition after abrupt firing. When billionaires play puppet masters, democracy becomes a marionette show and the strings are made of cash and influence.
Israel contemplates peace talks in Egypt as internal divisions grow and war costs mount. When the cost of war outpaces the national budget for denial, maybe it's time to redefine victory beyond survival.
UFC stream captivates 18-year-old as Holm defeats Rousey in shocking upset. When fists fly and legends fall, even the solitude of a dorm room can't dull the thrill of watching icons crumble.
Displaced families recount war in Gaza building, their stories echo through skeletal walls. When walls become storytellers in rubble, the archive history writes itself in whispers and broken dreams, not government press releases.
ICE detains WGN-TV producer in Chicago, claims journalistic integrity is a threat. When the camera is mightier than the badge, the press becomes public enemy number one, and truth is as dangerous as a loaded gun.
Orban claims Ukrainian intelligence infiltrates Hungarian smartphones through opposition party. When paranoia meets politics, every ringtone becomes a spy's whisper, and every app a potential accomplice in the theater of distrust.
Defense Secretary Hegseth approves Qatar Air Force facility in Idaho because nothing screams sovereignty like outsourcing military space.
RGB LED TVs debut at IFA Berlin. Each brand spins a different name. In the Great Pixel Pageant, manufacturers hope consumers will pay more for the same colors, just with fancier labels and pricier tags.
Florida dog saves 86-year-old owner by leading police to her, proving once again dogs have more sense than most humans. When man's best friend outperforms the local search party, maybe it's time to question who's really in charge and why they're not running for office.
Nobel Prize in Physics goes to quantum mechanics work, champions visibility. Sweden celebrates seeing the unseen. But the real magic trick is making the public care about subatomic science while they scroll TikTok.
ICE hits Chicago pastor with pepper bullets, then Trump administration calls peaceful protest a violent riot, rewriting reality in their favorite fantasy genre. When the administration's narrative reads like dystopian fiction, it's no wonder the truth feels like a banned book.
While Aussies watch their gas bills rise, exporting companies play hot potato with resources, turning public assets into private profits faster than a kangaroo hops.
DC Studios casts Nelson in Peacemaker finale, proving even nostalgia can be weaponized against the uninitiated. When General X jokes hit like a secret handshake, everyone else just wonders if they missed a chapter in cultural history.
Hong Kong toy Labubu rises from global patchwork, proving capitalism's Frankenstein can be endearing when it's small and plastic.
The climate clock ticks while coal executives clutch their outdated playbooks, dreaming of the good old smog-filled days when black gold ruled the world.
Agalok drops falling snow in 2006, and suddenly blizzards have a soundtrack more intense than your teenage angst. When progressive black metal makes weather sound epic, remember, Nature's Fury has nothing on a band with a concept album and a distortion pedal.
Canada vows to scrutinize Trump-era mineral deals despite nationalist push. As if carefully reviewing a shady cousin's pyramid scheme, Canada tiptoes around Trump's mineral ambitions, hoping to dodge the fool's goal and keep its conscience intact.
Ukraine's counteroffensive derails Russia's Donetsk plans, and Zelensky calls it a strategic smackdown. When your long-range missiles turn oil facilities into fireworks and gas shortages, it's like turning the tables with a vengeance that even Mother Nature would envy.
Only 2% of acoustic blues fans can relive Warren Haynes' 2003 Bonnaroo solo, and nostalgia calls it timeless. When Warren's guitar strings whisper the blues, it's like hearing the universe confess its secrets in a language only the soul understands.
When you're teaming up with your frenemies to block a real estate mogul's military ambitions, you know geopolitics has become a surreal game of Monopoly.
Peter Gabriel releases Passion soundtrack, claims it's ambient, but it's a spiritual time machine to the inner sanctum of your psyche. Gabriel's music for The Last Temptation of Christ is like a sonic baptism that makes you wonder why you ever settled for silence.
Starmer meets Modi, touts India's digital IDs, then ignores the surveillance state lurking behind the tech curtain. Sure, digital IDs can streamline bureaucracy, but they also hand governments a magnifying glass big enough to see your soul.
Washington Irving's birth coincided with Victory News, named after a general. Imagine being named for a war hero, only to write about a guy who slept through history. Talk about setting the bar low for ambition.
Virginia governor's race erupts over allies' violent tax, while candidates claim to champion unity and peace. Because nothing says, vote for me, like a campaign trail that doubles as a soap opera with a side of threat.
Because paying more for less is the latest hit in the music industry's greatest hits collection.
McEwen bets copper project in Argentina survives turmoil despite instability. Banking on stability in a country famous for its economic roller coasters is like betting on a paper umbrella in a hurricane. Good luck with that.
Israeli military reports PTSD and suicide spike among troops, labels it a manageable side effect of Gaza operations. When trauma becomes just another bullet point in a military briefing,
Bundesbank chief urges MERS to accelerate economic reforms, ignoring political gridlock. Telling politicians to move fast is like asking a sloth to run a marathon. The finish line might just be a mirage.
Donald Trump did not win the Nobel Peace Prize, and the committee calls it business as usual. In a world where peace prizes are given to those who actually promote peace, Trump's bid was never more than a reality show reel.
Autobox shares rise after biggest German IPO, and they claim it's a leg up for the economy. When the most exciting thing in the market is a prosthetics company, you know capitalism's got a limp.
Corona targets Gen Z with spring break trend, defies alcohol decline. Convincing Gen Z to drink beer is like selling sand in the desert. It's all about the mirage of endless summer vibes.
When the wheels come off the German auto industry, you know the autobahn to economic recovery is closed for repairs.
The Smashing Machine skips training montage, claims it's too cool, then flops like a fish out of water. Even Rocky knew you can't punch your way to glory without a little eye of the tiger, but hey, delusion is its own kind of workout.
Porsche's sales tanked by 30% claims it's just a speed bump. When your luxury car brand stumbles in the race, you can always blame the potholes from globalization and hope no one notices the flat tires.
Zara Sultana likens Corbyn reunion to Gallagher Brothers, ignores history. Comparing political reconciliation to a rock band reunion is like using a band-aid on a bullet wound. It might look good, but it won't hold.
When your virtual identity gets more love than your real one, it's a digital age Faustian bargain with a glitchy customer service line.
Judge bans National Guard use in Chicago, then wonders why public safety issues persist. When your solution to social unrest is more boots on the ground, you might be mistaking a city for a war zone.
Year of October drops I've Given You Everything album shakes no foundations. Unlimited streaming won't fill the void of recycled riffs and tired tropes. It's like offering a buffet of air to a starving crowd.
Israel and Hamas commit to first phase of peace, then keep fighting. A first phase in this context is like a mirage. It looks promising until you get close enough to see it's just hot air.
Senate Republicans reject war powers check, endorsing Trump's cartel crusade. In a country where checks and balances are supposed to reign supreme, it seems the only checks left are the ones written for campaign contributions.
Spain extends bereavement leave to 10 days, says its progress. Because nothing says we care like an extra week to mourn before you're back in the grind, pretending everything's fine.
Smuggling 21st century style, when loopholes and shadows fuel the global economy more efficiently than solar panels ever could.
Venezuela's Maria Corina Machado wins 2025 Nobel Peace Prize, then faces backlash. Apparently, peace is a relative term when your policies spark more division than unity, but hey, at least there's a shiny medal involved.
The dangling participles relief She Will Rise, an indie folk anthem, then claim it's revolutionary. Because nothing screams revolution like soft acoustics and gentle harmonies in a world that needs a megaphone, not a lullaby.
California limits ad volume on streaming, calls it consumer protection. Because nothing says we care, like turning down the noise, while ignoring the fact that the real racket is coming from the policy backrooms.
Guardiola dismisses Premier League favorites tag, then demands patience. When your team's budget could fund a small nation, patience is just code for wait until we buy another superstar.
Only 51% of people enjoy activities alone, and researchers call it groundbreaking.
JP Morgan spends $2 billion on AI then claims equal savings. It's like buying a diamond-encrusted shovel to dig for savings, only to find the same pile of cash you started with.
Swalwell predicts 100 GOP members will desert Trump and picks prepare for their maiden flight. When loyalty to a former reality star wavers, the GOP discovers its spine is as elusive as Epstein's black book.
Mayor Karen Bass promises to cut red tape for LA film industry as wildfires continue their annual sequel. In Hollywood, the only thing burning faster than scripts is the landscape, while politicians offer promises as flammable as the brush.
Democrats refuse to cave on shutdown demands, while Republicans perform outrage with Oscar-worthy conviction. It's a Capitol Hill drama. Democrats hold the line, Republicans rage, and the public gets to binge-watch political theater without a satisfying finale.
Social media, where your freedom of speech can cost you a paycheck faster than you can say, retweet regret.
Odell Beckham Jr. accepts 6-game suspension for PEDs, calling it a learning experience. When life gives you lemons, make a 6-game absence and squeeze out just enough remorse to keep the sponsorships flowing. EU announces 6 new AI factories, calls it innovation for the future. When robots stop building themselves, who needs human hands or rights or even a lunch break? Progress looks a lot like unemployment.
Gaza authorities demand genocide probe as truce begins. In a world where justice crawls while conflict races, calling for accountability is like whispering in a hurricane and expecting a response.
Trump threatens to jack up tariffs on China, then claims it's a move for American freedom. Because nothing screams liberty like more expensive smartphones and solar panels, right? Let's make consumer goods great again by making them unaffordable.
Airbus A320 overtakes Boeing 737 in deliveries, calls it a 40-year victory lap. Who knew the race for the skies would be won by a winged tortoise? Meanwhile, Boeing's still trying to find its shell.
Israel has marked 2 years since October 7th with tributes to loved ones. While tributes stir memories, the cycle of violence spins on, leaving one to wonder if remembrance alone can ever untangle the threads of conflict.
Only 20% of Gaza's infrastructure remains intact, and the world calls it a humanitarian effort. When your daily commute involves dodging rubble, normality becomes a distant luxury. But hey, at least the rain's free, right?
Switzerland proposes 70% inheritance tax, claims it will save the climate like a Swiss army knife saves a sinking ship. Because nothing says eco-warrior like taxing the dead while the glaciers melt faster than a Toblerone in the sun.
Prosecutors say no harm was done by social media posts about assassination of United Healthcare CEO. In a world where words ignite like wildfire, it's curious how the threat of violence gets a pass when wrapped in digital disguise.
Ellisons appoint Bari Weiss as editor-in-chief of Paramount, ensuring Israel's narrative gets the Hollywood treatment. When in doubt, just add a dash of star power to the geopolitical stew, because nothing says balanced reporting like a blockbuster bias.
In a world where independence is marketed as isolation, choosing to walk alone is the ultimate act of defiance against the hive mind.
It's a bold move calling it a demo when half the industry would kill for a finished product that's raw and authentic.
Turning light into a traffic cop, USC might just make your Netflix marathon smoother than a politician's promises.
Options market shows investor angst, then tech stocks soar like Icarus. With valuations higher than a crypto evangelist's dreams, investors brace for a crash landing that might just be a reality check.
Drake's lawsuit over Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us dismissed then labeled War of Words. Turns out, in the rap world, throwing shade is as legally binding as a pinky swear. Lawyers might need to brush up on their diss track game.
MIT rejects Trump extortion compact, then calls it academic integrity. In a move more refreshing than iced coffee on a July day, MIT proves that not all institutions are for sale, even when the price is presidential approval.
When a war lasts longer than your car loan, it might be time to question the efficiency of global conflict resolution strategies, or lack thereof.
Green joins Dems for AC extension, then calls it patriotic duty. In a plot twist straight out of a political soap opera, Rep. Green's sudden alliance with the Dems might just be the biggest bipartisan surprise since cats and dogs started cohabitating peacefully.
Swiss government sends activists invoice, calls it civic duty. Paying to protest. The new Swiss neutrality, where your voice comes with a bill and a side of bureaucratic irony.
Dolly Parton's sister requests prayers, then sells her own gospel album. The family that prays together markets together, right? In a world where faith is a commodity, even divine intervention comes with a side of merch. Hallelujah, and pass the collection plate.
Hungary caves. Budapest drops objections to use Russian gas ban, but winter looms. When your energy policy is as reliable as a weather forecast, you might need to rethink your national strategy for staying warm.
When diplomacy meets the absurd, you know it's a groundbreaking moment. Talibans and Googlies. Sounds like a new reality show, or just a lesson in spin on and off the field.
World's first plastics treaty collapses, as negotiations turn into a plastic-wrapped blame game. In a world drowning in plastic, the only thing recyclable seems to be the excuses. Maybe next time they'll print the treaty on recycled bottles, more symbolic, less binding.
When debt becomes the new currency of success. You know the financial world has truly mastered the art of spinning straw into golden parachutes.
Trump declares Israel. Hamas agree on Gaza ceasefire's first phase during Egypt talks. When the art of the deal involves a ceasefire, it's remarkable how quickly promises can unravel once the cameras stop rolling.
While leaders shake hands, the ground beneath Gazans' feet remains shaky. Hope might be on the table, but reality's still out in the cold, shivering in the dark.
When your closest ally is a bear with a penchant for chess, you better make sure your pawns are ready to dance at a moment's notice.
FAA blames weather for crash, while controller shortages delay flights nationwide. 2 lives saved from the wreckage, but the real turbulence is in the bureaucratic skies where excuses fly higher than planes ever could.
Oscar Isaac describes Del Toro's Frankenstein as very Mexican Catholic. Mia Goth denies its horror. When your monster's stitched from cultures and faiths, it's no wonder the screams turn to whispers of existential dread, leaving audiences questioning divine intent rather than fearing the dark.
Only 33% of adults received comprehensive sex education, while society pretends this is enough. Without proper guidance, our love lives become a game of broken telephone, where intimacy is lost in translation and consent is a foreign language.
Afghan government extends telecoms blackout indefinitely, calling it a temporary measure. When communication gets cut, it's not just the lights that go out. It's the lifeline to the outside world, leaving people adrift in enforced silence.
Texas court holds execution of Robert Roberson after 22 years on death row, claiming innocence.
Robert Badinter enters the pantheon, celebrated for abolishing death penalty and defending gay rights. When a mausoleum becomes the resting place for justice warriors, you know society's values are finally being carved in stone.
When romance turns into a doping scandal, it's either the worst pickup line or a new low in the art of excuse-making.
Nobel Committee awards Peace Prize to Maria Corina Machado, while Venezuela's dictatorship labels her threat. Nothing says keeper of the peace like a regime branding you an enemy for daring to push democracy over dictatorship's dead weight.
UN claims Israel approved Gaza aid delivery, but trucks still idle at the border. Nothing screams humanitarian urgency like aid trucks collecting dust, while bureaucrats play chess with lives on a geopolitical board.
U.S. sanctions target Serbia's Russian-owned oil firm NIS, claiming geopolitical leverage over energy. When oil and politics mix, it's not just the environment that gets polluted, but also international relations and economic stability.
Tesla launches affordable Model Y in 3 priced at nearly 40 grand. Affordable is a funny word when your wallet needs a vacation loan just to keep up with Elon's definition of budget friendly.
Moroccan organizers urge a 6th protest night as the death toll reaches 3, highlighting unrest. While the Prime Minister commends security, it's clear that praising police isn't the same as addressing the root of public outrage.
Dr. Knox releases Les Hordes de la Disgrace on YouTube, claims it's the anthem of disillusionment. Because nothing says resist the system like a digital protest song in a world where algorithms decide who hears your revolutionary message.
When digital watchdogs become prey, it's a twisted game of cat and mouse, where the rules are as murky as the ethics.
Comey pleads not guilty in Trump-era Justice Department case, denies lying to Congress. The plot thickens as the political soap opera continues, with truth and justice playing hide and seek while the audience wonders who wrote this absurd screenplay.
Mark Benioff backs Trump, leaving San Francisco in disbelief. When the tech titan cuddles up to the orange man, it's like watching a vegan devour a steak. Shocking, ironic, and a bit hard to swallow.
Severe frame link Figma MCP vulnerability allows hackers remote code execution, yet it's touted as an innovative feature. In the digital world's twisted game of tag, hackers are always it, and companies pretend the playground isn't on fire.
In the skies of ambition, gravity never forgets its role, reminding us that not all flights of fancy end with a safe landing.
Netanyahu claims government approval for ceasefire. Both sides brace for implementation. Ceasefires are like New Year's resolutions. Everyone's hopeful at first, but history shows they're often broken before the ink dries.
HealthKick evolves into GoverShell, transforming into AO388's espionage malware into a more insidious threat. In the malware arms race, it's like watching a villain upgrade from a slingshot to a stealth bomber, and we're still applauding the view.
Firefox adds profiles to separate browsing sessions, claiming it enhances privacy.
Just another layer of digital costume changes, as if masquerading behind multiple masks ever stopped big tech from peeking through the eye holes.
Acrovantes acrodphantix salmon, the first engineered animal approved for consumption, swims into American plates, promising sustainability. It's like Frankenfish meets fine dining, where genetic splicing is the secret sauce, and we just hope it doesn't come with a side of radioactive flow.
Turns out, prenatal storytime isn't just for bonding. It's a crash course in multilingualism, making the womb the world's coziest language lab.
Battlefield 6 hits 600,000 players on Steam. Quadruples Battlefield 5's peak within minutes. Gamer loyalty is like a roller coaster, thrilling highs, dizzying lows, and always a chance someone will puke from the hype overload.
In an industry where flights are scarce and costs soar, resilience means passengers endure epic waits for the privilege of an economy seat.
Amazon unleashes over 200 Prime Day deals, claiming they're genuinely good, as if consumerism weren't already our national pastime. It's a capitalist carnival where discounts dance like sugar plums, and you're the wide-eyed child, wallet open, dreaming of a deal that won't haunt you come credit card billing.
When justice is a political chess game, surprise moves are just the norm, and accountability is merely a pawn in the spectacle.
Europe ignores food crisis, refuses change while planet suffers. When dinner plates double as environmental wrecking balls, it's clear the menu needs a makeover, not just another side of denial.
AstraZeneca strikes deal with Trump to lower drug prices, yet stock prices soar as if altruism were just another market strategy.
These markets surge, but traders hesitate, fearing more gains could backfire. When peace talks inflate stocks, it's a reminder that in finance, even hope becomes a tradable commodity, with ethics optional.
In a world where rhinestones help shines, these pageant queens prove that beauty is only a skin deep, that delusion runs all the way to the bone.
Ukraine courts Trump with Nobel Prize flirtation, hoping for political leverage. When international accolades become diplomatic currency, it's clear that prestige is just as easily traded as promises, with sincerity often the first casualty.
A shadow group deploys vampire bot against job seekers, exploiting desperation. When malware targets your resume instead of your bank account, it's not just a job market crisis, it's a feeding frenzy on vulnerability.
WordPress Service Finder theme opens backdoor. Hackers bypass authentication with ease. When your digital fortress has a gate that swings open for anyone with a bit of know-how, security is more performance art than protection.
Obama cautions about democracy fading, and now it feels like he's reading the US its overdue bedtime story before the lights go out. When the former president becomes the canary in the coal mine, maybe it's time to question if the mine's more of a mausoleum.
When you're the puppeteer pulling strings in the Middle East,
The show goes on, even when the main actor exits stage left.
Eden Hazard decides Chelsea future. Real Madrid waits. In the world of football, loyalty is as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane. Blink and allegiances crumble.
UK, France, Germany express hope to restart Iran talks, while Iran's envoys pack their bags for some intense European sightseeing. When hope is the diplomatic equivalent of a paper airplane in a hurricane, maybe it's time to reconsider the flight plan.
Trump wants to block Chinese airlines from Russian airspace on US routes. Nothing says geopolitical chess like throwing a tantrum and grounding planes. It's all about making the skies less friendly.
UK slot machine shops reward staff based on gambler losses over 1,450 centres. When your paycheck depends on shattered dreams, it's less about customer service and more about predatory capitalism dressed as entertainment.
Texas halts Robert Robertson's execution over shaken baby syndrome, while justice system debates if it's time to shake up outdated forensic methods. When your life hinges on science, as stable as a house of cards in a Texas tornado, you might want to reconsider the foundations of justice.
Subtropical storm Karen forms in the Atlantic, threatens no one. Mother Nature seems to have a sense of humour, naming storms after internet legends of entitlement while they spin harmlessly out at sea.
Taylor Swift shatters modern era single-week US album sales record with The Life of a Showgirl. In an era where streaming reigns supreme, selling albums like hotcakes feels like resurrecting vinyl in a world obsessed with the cloud.
EU pushes development banks toward climate focus despite US opposition, highlighting the transatlantic tug-of-war over a warming planet. When your strategy for saving the Earth involves arm wrestling with Uncle Sam, it's clear we're all just one giant melting pot of disagreement. Prosecutor in James Comey case risks losing law license. Echoes of Watergate resurface. When those who wield the gavel are the ones under scrutiny, justice starts to resemble a courtroom drama written by Kafka with a twist of irony.
Student loan plan resumes. Impacts 2 million, but not everyone qualifies. The government's idea of relief is like a game of musical chairs where only some get a seat and the rest keep dancing in debt.
Peter Marks, FDA vaccine regulator pushed out by RFK Jr., lands at Eli Lilly. From watchdog to corporate lapdog, the revolving door spins so fast it might just create a new weather pattern. Forecast: cloudy with a chance of conflicts.
Taylor Swift faces emotional stress before marrying NFL star Travis Kelce. When your marriage is a Super Bowl of speculation.
Russian strike on energy sites plunges Kiev into darkness, injures 20. When drones and missiles dim the lights, it's not just the bulbs that flicker, it's humanity's hope for a peaceful resolution overshadowed by relentless aggression.
Taylor Swift fans demand clarity on AI use in new promo videos, questioning authenticity. It's a brave new world when even die-hard fans can't trust their idol's digital doppelgate. Maybe the real hidden message is in the algorithm.
When algorithms start crafting blockbusters, it's not just the scriptwriter sweating. It's every exec clinging to outdated business models, fearing innovation might just outshine their starlets.
China imposes retaliatory levies on U.S. ships, creating chaos in global shipping lanes and questioning the wisdom of tit-for-tat tariffs. When the world's two biggest economies play battleship, the rest of us get sunk without even a life raft of common sense.
Professor flees US after death threats over Antifa book, Irony Not Lost. When the land of the free starts resembling a dystopian novel, you know that academic freedom is just a catchy phrase on a fading bumper sticker.
Trump's tariff threats tank S&P 500 by 1%, erasing gains, when economic strategy involves playing chicken with global markets. The only thing soaring is the national blood pressure level.
White House threatens no back pay for furloughed workers, calling it fiscal responsibility while spending billions on military parades. In the land of the free, even your paycheck takes a vacation while the government plays budgetary limbo with your rent money.
EU raises steel tariffs, threatens UK industry with biggest crisis yet. When the post-Brexit honeymoon ends with a tariff hike, the UK discovers that sovereignty doesn't pay the bills, especially when your industry is left resting at the altar.
Battlefield 6 shatters Call of Duty's record with 750,000 players at launch, leaving rivals in the dust. When your biggest competition is your own server capacity, it's a sign that digital warfare might need a peace treaty with bandwidth.
Amazon launches Prime Day with record prices, while anti-Prime Day deals offer sheets, sex tech, and fire pits for the disenchanted. For those who'd rather set their dollars on fire than feed Bezos' empire, here's your chance to burn bright in consumer rebellion.
Chicago Board of Education borrows $200 million, calls it fiscal responsibility. In the land of deep dish debt and revolving loans, who needs financial stability when you can just keep spinning the credit wheel?
Military spouse begs Mike Johnson on C-SPAN to pay troops during shutdown. When patriotism is a paycheck away from starvation, the land of the free turns into the land of the IOUs, and troops learn that national security means fiscal insecurity.
A Syrian party denounces Syria for excluding when politics decides which celebrations are worthy.
Scientists invent rainbow chip to supercharge internet, but your ISP still blames the weather. In the grand circus of technological miracles, a chip that could light up the web like a pride parade is born, yet the download speed remains as elusive as a unicorn.
Hamas praises Trump, snubs Tony Blair for post-war Gaza role, calling him unwelcome. It's a peculiar day when Trump is the peace hero and Blair gets the cold shoulder. Geopolitics sure knows how to twist the plot.
While the heavens put on a cosmic light show, your phone's camera captures nothing but blurry dots and disappointment, leaving your followers starved for celestial content.
When promises are as renewable as the energy crisis, hope becomes the only thing that powers the grid, and vows are cheaper than the electricity they fail to generate.
Shedeur Sanders promoted to Browns backup QB, overshadowed by rookie Dylan Gabriel against Steelers.
White House loses classified documents, claims they're just presidential doodles. As national security implications swirl, the administration insists that these so-called classified documents are merely presidential art therapy, complete with stick figures and abstract policy ideas.
Paraglider bombs Myanmar festival, at least 24 killed in a brutal twist of airborne terror. When a celebration turns into a nightmare from above, it's a grim reminder that even the skies aren't safe from humanity's darkest impulses.
Oracle stock spikes after AI pivot, but investors remain skeptical. When a company shifts from staid to AI winner overnight, it's like watching a tortoise try to sprint, impressive if true, but who knew tortoises could run?
South African Reserve Bank predicts lower bond yields, but gold prices hit record highs. While the governor dreams of a tame inflation future, gold prices are partying like it's the gold rush of 1849, making the rand look like it missed the invite.
Prime ministers tout trade deal while Starmer visits, ignoring colonial echoes. When politicians exchange handshakes like currency, history's lessons collect dust on the shelves of forgotten accountability.
When your expertise on anti-fascism makes you the target of threats, it seems the land of the free prefers its experts muzzled and its dissent deported.
Samsung shares soar on AI chip hype while memory market languishes. When hope in silicon dreams inflate stock prices, it's like trying to fly a lead balloon. Impressive for now, but gravity never takes a day off.
Celebrity releases skincare line at triple the price, promises eternal youth. When the fountain of youth comes in a bottle, it's amazing how quickly wallets age from the strain of trying to keep up.
Trump threatens massive tariff increase. S&P 500 drops like a stone.
Activist claims psychological torture after Israel intercepts Gaza flotilla, deportation follows. When conscience sails into hostile waters, the journey often ends in a desert cell where silence speaks louder than any diplomatic protest.
When a real estate mogul critiques military budgets, it's like letting a toddler drive a tank, loud, chaotic, and bound to break something.
ICE deports families at record pace, claims efficiency. When human lives become numbers in an efficiency report, empathy is the first casualty, and dignity is as rare as a unicorn in a bureaucratic jungle.
Only 20% of MIE infrastructure projects complete, and leaders call it progress. When sandcastles pass for skyscrapers, and ambition outpaces reality, the only thing growing faster than GDP is the gap between promises and pavement.
Bannon warns New Yorkers about Soren Nondani, then doubles down on fear-mongering. When a man who looks like he smells of old cigars and regret warns you, it's probably worth doing the opposite.
Alexis, Olenian ignites controversy, sharing undocumented mother story, then faces backlash from the very platform he co-founded. When the founder of the front page of the internet realizes that the American dream's most famous gatekeepers have keys forged from fear, maybe it's time to ask who's really in control.
When sanctioned leaders waltz into diplomatic meetings, it seems international law is just another suggestion, like speed limits on the Autobahn.
Germany signs for $4 billion Eurofighter Typhoon deal calls it progress. When spending billions on jets while ignoring social issues, it's clear the only thing soaring is the defense budget, not the people.
Only 30% of Bihar Muslims escape Bangladeshi infiltrator tag, and politicians call it progress. When friendship can't survive the border paranoia, it's a miracle we haven't all declared war on each other's lunch choices.
Last of 10 New Orleans jail escapees captured under a house in Atlanta. Running from justice is one thing, but hiding under a house shows the only thing lower than the escape plan was the crawl space.
Michaela Schifrin skips downhill races, claims confidence boost despite lingering injury fears. Confidence is the new duct tape, holds everything together until you try going downhill at 80 miles per hour.
Russia marks day 1323 of Ukraine war, claims strategic victories amidst mounting global condemnation. With a timeline longer than a bad marriage, Russia's idea of winning seems to include alienating the entire planet.
Madagascar police fire rubber bullets as Gen Z protests reject President Rajoelina's offer. When the youth demands change and gets rubber bullets instead, it's clear that the only thing flexible is the government's definition of listening.
John Silverwave releases In Every Lifetime, a romantic pop duet promises timeless love but delivers more cliches than a Hallmark card convention. Like a karaoke night that never ends, this song's idea of romance is as fresh as a wilted rose.
Renyeru Aboriginal Corporation demands release of Steve Irwin's famous crocodile, accuses authorities of wrongful arrest and captivity. When crocs need bail money, you know the justice system's gone wild. Next, maybe they'll cuff a kangaroo for jaywalking.
Delta Airlines stock soars after record revenue, but passengers still pay sky-high prices for legroom that rivals a sardine can. If only Delta's customer service could climb as high as their stock,
We might finally get peanuts without a side of turbulence.
Kicker Michael Badgley returns to Colts after 15-month recovery from torn hamstring, ready to kick again. When your career relies on the strength of one muscle, a 15-month timeout feels less like healing and more like a cruel game of patience.
Late Night Feelings presents Heartstopper at Midnight, but your bedtime remains unchanged. Cranking up the volume on melancholy like it's the newest trend, because who needs sleep when you can drown in curated heartbreak instead?
Greta Thunberg posts about suffering using Israeli hostage image, proving once again that social media empathy is a double-edged sword. When your activism becomes a meme, maybe it's time to log off and let actions speak louder than posts.
UN claims enough stocks to feed Gaza for 3 months, but daily reality often tastes like empty promises. When food security is measured in months, not meals, it's the stomachs that rumble loudest in the halls of power.
Without data centers, GDP growth hits 0.1%, and Harvard economist calls it a non-event. Propping up the economy with digital scaffolding, because nothing screams progress like relying on server farms to inflate national pride and pocketbooks.
Virginia Police Union demands Jay Jones drop out, citing threats against another Virginian. When the badge wields political power, justice becomes the first casualty in the crossfire of ambition and accusation.
Centrist Democrats dismiss Kamala Harris, forgetting she's the vice president. When memory fails the middle ground, it's not just the past they lose, but the promise of progress and the power to pivot.
Bill Nye slams NASA cuts as US-China space race heats up, calls it short-sighted. Spending more on defense than on dreams, because who needs to explore the final frontier when you can just militarize the one we're stuck on?
Kalshi raises $5 billion valuation, promises global expansion. When a predictions marketplace bets on itself, the real gamble is whether the rest of the world wants to play along with their billion-dollar blindfold.
Qatar to build Air Force facility.
ECB's Kazakhs urges EU to pool defense funds, suggests common budget with joint debt. When unity means sharing the burden of debt, it's like a family dinner where everyone splits the bill but nobody ordered dessert.
Only 45% of husbands embrace open marriages, and one man calls it a dilemma. When your wife's gift of freedom feels like a noose, it's time to question who's really holding the leash.
Drake's God's Plan drops in 1967 under Motown, rewriting history. Imagine a world where Motown's soulful grooves meet Drake's modern beats. It's like finding a smartphone in a vinyl collection.
Kirsten Wallace nails a last-second shot against the Hornets, defies gravity with flair. When a basketball prayer gets answered, maybe it's time we question why the universe only listens to sports miracles.
Scientist claims cold vaccine imminent, yet Big Pharma yawns. When profit margins favor endless tissues over a one-time cure, you know capitalism's got a cold heart.
Susan Kendall Newman, daughter of Paul Newman, dies at 72, leaving a legacy of activism and Emmy-nominated television work. When your pedigree includes an Oscar-winning father and a heart for change, you're more than just a shadow box producer.
Chad Sever's ties with Prince Harry linked wildlife charity, citing controversy over conservation management. When your royal connections can't save a cause, maybe it's time to question if your crown's more thorn than laurel.
White House criticizes Nobel snub demands Trumpian peace accolades. Nothing says peace like a tantrum over not getting a shiny trophy. Maybe they should try a participation ribbon instead.
AI infrastructure build-out swallows billions, then promises comfort. When the market's head analyst feels cozy amidst financial chaos, it's like a cat napping on a sinking ship, blissfully unaware.
When your ego's as big as your hair,
23 children rescued from Russian-occupied Ukraine, then the official calls it a success. When liberation is a number, and success is just a shadow of the tragedy, we redefine triumph in the bleakest terms.
Amazon offers Prime Day discounts at pre-tariff prices, calls it a deal. The sweet nostalgia of paying yesterday's price for today's disappointment, wrapped in a shiny sale sticker.
When your trade war inspires historic enemies to hug it out, it might be time to rethink your negotiation strategy.
The AI bubble bursts, then the promises evaporate into thin air. When dreams are sold like snake oil, reality checks bounce higher than stock prices, leaving us richer in skepticism but poorer in trust.
Amazon Prime Day hair tool deals promised savings but delivered frizz. Discounts may cut prices, but they can't trim the split ends of consumerism, where necessity gets tangled in the knots of impulse buys.
Hamas demands Israel release high-profile prisoners for Gaza deal, then calls it negotiation. Trading lives like baseball cards, where everyone's a winner except, justice and peace.
Amazon and YouTube spearhead media convergence, call it innovation. When tech giants decide to play nice, it's less about creativity and more about monopolizing every screen you own.
French president reinstates prime minister, then calls it stability. Reappointing a runaway leader is like patching a leaky ship with duct tape. It holds for now, but don't expect smooth sailing.
MAGA influencer complains to Trump about homeless industrial complex and blames compassion for capitalism's failures.
Drone footage reveals Traverse City devastation from fame to silence. The ruins speak louder than any press release. When the dust settles, what's left is a monument to human failure, not progress.
Fed cuts interest rates, research warns it's a blunder. When the experts misread the economic tea leaves, the rest of us get to foot the bill for their optimistic miscalculations.
When a superpower plays monopoly with global currencies, the board might look different, but the rules still favor the banker.
Apparently, the EU's idea of stability is a leadership that can't be ousted even when half the room is ready to riot.
First Brands collapses. Creditors face murky trade finance labyrinth. Investors call it unforeseen. When a company built on wiper blades can't clear its own financial visibility, it's no wonder investors end up with a windshield full of regrets.
Nvidia predicted to hit $7 trillion, defying AI bubble fears. Wall Street's crystal ball is shiny and optimistic, but even the best illusions can't hide the fact that bubbles pop, not expand.
Marvel teases Wonder Man, fans brace for another meta avalanche. Just when you thought the multiverse couldn't get more tangled, they throw in self-referential superheroes to keep us all pleasantly confused.
Rami Malek makes a little girl cry, denying he's Bruno Mars. Turns out, even Oscar-winning actors can't moonwalk their way out of mistaken identity. Maybe next time, he should just sing Uptown Funk and roll with it.
The EU ministers declare minors need protection online, but delay action until... When policies move at the speed of a dial-up connection, it's the kids who get tangled in the web while the ministers pat themselves on the back.
Micro Center partners with iFixit, claiming to empower DIY repairs nationwide. When corporate giants team up to help you help yourself, it's just another way to make sure you're still paying them to fix their mistakes.
Newsom laughs at Trump's life-saving claim, calls it bonkers. When the reality show Presidency meets the California Comedy Hour, expect laughs, eye rolls, and a nation wondering if it's all just satire.
Richard Desmond demands generosity in £1.3 billion £3 billion lottery claim, blames regulator errors. In the world of billionaires, it's all about the generosity of others' mistakes. Maybe Desmond should try his luck with a scratch-off instead.
James's allies condemn indictment, branding it tyranny while ignoring their own power plays.
Denmark buys 16 more F-35 jets, calls it strengthening defense while ignoring climate commitments. When you prioritize firepower over the planet's future, you might as well be burning money while the world melts around you.
1% of listeners will call this song the best, and Larry hopes it's enough. In the vast ocean of self-promotion, every artist is a legend in their own bedroom. Just pray your tunes don't get lost in the algorithm's abyss.
FBI seizes Ron Johnson's phone records during January 6th probe. When your call history reads like a conspiracy novel, expect the FBI to come knocking while you insist it was just a wrong number.
Olive oil fatty acid boosts cancer-fighting cells in mice, contradicting another fatty acid's effects. Nature's own game of Russian roulette. One fatty acid saves your life, the other might just hand you the bullet.
Trump claims a Gaza breakthrough 5 hours after Biden failed, that the airstrikes still roar. Peace deals are like reality TV for politicians, all drama, no substance, and everyone's just angling for a better camera angle.
Belichick pledged NFL approach at North Carolina. Insiders call it flawed. Even legends fumble. Sometimes the only thing harder than a playbook is swallowing your pride when the student outshines the master.
Trump administration indicts New York AG Letitia James claims bias. In a world where irony is the only constant, the pot calling the kettle black is now a full-time career, complete with benefits and a pension.
U.S. regulators investigate Tesla for red light violations, and Tesla shares dive like a skydiver without a parachute. Seems like Tesla's autopilot might need a crash course in traffic laws, or maybe just a good pair of glasses.
Israel spends billions on its longest war, calls it necessary.
Amazon Prime Day 2025 launches with Sonos Era 100 deal, fixes nothing. When your best offer is a discount on overpriced speakers, it's like selling rain to a monsoon. Everyone's wet, but no one's impressed.
Only 15% of corruption cases lead to convictions, and the Homan affair reeks of a cover-up. Corruption investigations are like onion layers. Peel one back and you're just crying over the next stinky mess.
Grieving father visits site of daughter's death, finds only memories. In a world obsessed with moving on, the living are haunted by what they couldn't prevent, while the past offers no consolation, just a reminder of absence.
In our fast-paced world, the irony of slowing down to be heard louder rings true. Clarity isn't always about speed, but patience and understanding.
President Petro accuses of killing Colombians in boat attacks, then demands justice.
FBI reassigns 48% of agents to immigration duties, leaving bank robbers and hackers free to party. When the FBI swaps cybercrime for border patrol, it's like hiring a surgeon to flip burgers. Everyone ends up with a bad taste.
When the planet's tech giants scramble for the elements of innovation, it's a reminder that power often lies buried beneath geopolitical chessboards.
Labor Department postpones jobless data release again, but insiders whisper layoffs remain low despite the economic roller coaster. When the official data vanishes like a magician's assistant, we're left to wonder if the real trick is making unemployment disappear.
Israel enforces Gaza ceasefire. Troops reposition to agreed lines, but tensions simmer. Ceasefires are like band-aids on bullet wounds. They hold for a moment, but the underlying issues remain ready to bleed out at the slightest provocation.
Disney hikes theme park ticket prices, claiming the magic now includes a premium surcharge.
White House blames Democrats for shutdown. Workers face missed paychecks. No resolution in sight. Blaming the opposition is the oldest trick in the book.
Charlie Kirk's TPUSA plans competing halftime show amid Bad Bunny backlash calls it a cultural win. When your idea of counterculture is a halftime show, it's like fighting a forest fire with a water pistol. The spectacle's more smoke than substance.
GOP proposes Medicaid cuts affecting millions, claims it will streamline efficiency. Efficiency must be code for chaos, because when you strip healthcare from the vulnerable, the only thing streamlined is the path to public outrage and unnecessary suffering.
Only 50% off jump starters, and they call it a bargain. Because nothing screams civilization like relying on a portable device to rescue your car from its existential crisis. Spotify raises music royalties to 1 cent per stream, hails it as groundbreaking. When the cost of a song equates to a penny, it's a reminder that the value of art is often measured by those who don't create it.
Kim Jong-un promises a socialist paradise while citizens face hunger and isolation. When paradise means ration lines and censorship, you have to wonder if Orwell wrote the script and no one told the cast.
Zali Steggall warns against crackdown, then respects court's anti-protest ruling. The delicate dance of democracy. Respect the court while tiptoeing around the right to dissent. It's like a waltz with a lead boot.
Wild Tasmania weather kills 2 with falling tree. Gusts hit 139 kilometers per hour. Nature's way of reminding us that no matter how advanced we think we are, a well-timed gust can still make us all look like amateurs.
Slate Mini Crossword launches daily, but solving it won't fix the world's puzzles. When crosswords become the most solvable problem of the day, maybe it's time to rethink what challenging really means.
Madagascar police fire rubber bullets at protesters, call it crowd control. When democracy's on the ropes, nothing says we care like a good old-fashioned tear gas serenade. Who knew public discourse involved protective eyewear?
Mississippi history unveils portraits for reflection that history still repeats itself. When the past stares back, agitating our comfort zones, it's a reminder that some lessons never photograph well.
UK watchdog grants Google special status might force search overhaul. Apparently, even search giants need a babysitter when it comes to playing fair, because who knew that algorithms could be such drama queens?
Tech slashes copper mine output after sealing Anglo deal. Promises profits. Cutting output while promising prosperity
is like selling a car without wheels. Looks shiny, but you're not going anywhere fast.
When the mind that unraveled human irrationality chooses its own end, it's a stark reminder the ultimate choice is still ours, not fate's puppet strings.
Sister Jean passes at 106, leaves behind a legacy of faith and basketball. Outliving most of her prayers, she showed us that true endurance lies not in our bodies, but in the spirit we inspire in others.
YouTube cookies track everything under the guise of improving service. Because nothing says we care like mining your data to the point where your privacy is just a nostalgic memory from the pre-digital era.
Cardinals fine head coach Jonathan Gannon $100,000 for altercation with Amari DeMercado. When tempers cost more than touchdowns, it's clear the real game being played is who can lose the most money the fastest.
Asian stocks drop as tech leads the decline while gold surpasses $4,000.
When peace loses out to politics, at least there's a consolation prize for those who pick up the pieces left by the world's indifference.
When your blockbuster strategy involves more digging than storytelling, maybe it's time to stop treating viewers like veins of untapped gold.
When your idea of a joke involves exploiting homelessness and fear, you might want to reassess your definition of humor and humanity.
Consciousness might emerge from glymphatic electromagnetic fields, but science remains skeptical. If brains were symphonies, this theory suggests the conductor's a janitor, sweeping up while occasionally waving a baton.
Raskin demands bank records in probe of $1.5 billion linked to Epstein, raising more questions than answers. When even posthumous billion-dollar mysteries can't rest, you know the ghost of Epstein still haunts the gilded corridors of power.
CD Jesus drops Damn to the Depths and critics call it best of 2025. If musical depth equaled oceanic depth, this album's a submarine scraping the Mariana Trench while most others float in the kiddie pool. When your paycheck's a magic trick, disappearing faster than Congress's sense of responsibility, it's hard to pay bills with political promises.
AMD stock surges 43% this week after OpenAI deal as investors dream of dethroning Nvidia. Looks like AMD is riding a silicon rocket, while Nvidia nervously checks the rearview mirror for a new AI-powered rival.
Putin endorses Trump's Gaza peace plan, calls it a peaceful effort. When dictators applaud each other's peace plans, it's like watching arsonists high-five over a fire safety campaign.
FCC proposes rule enabling ISPs to add hidden fees, then claims it benefits consumers. When your internet bill's a surprise party you didn't ask for, it's hard to celebrate with a cake made of fine print.
Dominion voting systems sold to new owner after relentless misinformation campaign. Buying a company slandered by conspiracy theorists is like adopting a cat with a reputation for bank robbery. The claws are real, the crimes aren't.
Congress slashes federal funding for public broadcasting, and CEO Catherine Maher faces oversight committee grilling. In the age of Trump, public media's new challenge isn't just funding. It's surviving a government that prefers its news with a side of alternative facts.
When a team collapses faster than a cheap tent in a hurricane, you know there's a special kind of sports agony unfolding.
Indian origin motel manager shot dead after asking, "Are you okay?" in a tragic twist of empathy. Compassion shouldn't be a bullet magnet, but in a world where kindness is mistaken for threat, even a concerned question can become fatal.
China's Xinhua reports hundreds of Everest hikers rescued after snowstorm, but why climb Everest if you can't handle a little chill? In a world where Everest selfies are the new rite of passage, even Mother Nature's tantrums can't stop the Instagram likes from flowing.
US Supreme Court upholds death sentence for Bristol man after 36 years calls it justice. Justice delayed isn't always justice served, especially when the system takes decades to decide if a life is worth ending.
Trump and Pritzker's feud spans decades, but when billionaires bicker, only egos get bruised. Their rivalry is like a soap opera, without the charm or good lighting, just two titans clashing while everyone else rolls their eyes and moves on.
Donald Trump schedules his second routine yearly physical exam in 6 months, calling it routine. When your yearly checkups outpace the seasons, it's less about health and more about rebranding time itself.
Tigers JV Baez dodges the tag and secures second base, defying expectations. Sliding into success while the rest of us struggle to find our footing, Baez turns baseball into a metaphor for life's unpredictable dance.
Tron franchise returns with another installment, still bafflingly out of sync with reality. A digital dreamscape where logic glitches and plotlines evaporate, Disney milks nostalgia, while we question if anyone's still playing the game.
Philippine government assures safety after second quake, but tremors of doubt shake confidence. When nature rumbles twice, trust in official reassurances crumbles faster than their emergency response, leaving citizens to wonder if they're safer in the quake's epicenter than in the politicians' promises.
When justice becomes a weapon, the courtroom turns into a battlefield where truth is the only casualty.
Russian forces claim victory, but 90,000 troops dead says the cost is staggering. Putin sells progress while mourning families count the true price of power, a macabre balance sheet where human lives are just numbers.
Oil prices drop as U.S. threatens new tariffs on China, but peace in the Middle East doesn't help. Trade Wars, the modern soap opera where everyone loses and the only winners are those selling popcorn to watch the chaos unfold.
Corvette E-Ray 2026 launches at $110,000. Promises eco-friendly speed with an EV range shorter than a TikTok video. When your EcoSport car's electric range is best measured in caffeine buzzes.
Study says homemaking boosts mental health except for moms with young kids who face more stress. It's almost like raising tiny humans is a full-time job that doesn't come with a wellness plan or a coffee break.
AI fintech Optasia plans 6.3 billion rand IPO, yet markets stay skeptical.
Trump exploits Kirk's killing, calls it a rallying cry for law and order while sidestepping accountability like a magician dodging his own disappearing act. When leaders exploit tragedy for authoritarian gain, they're not mourning. They're shopping for power in the clearance aisle of democracy.
Next-gen fighter program stalls, leaving Europe debating its defense strategy as FCAS faces uncertain future. When collaboration collapses, the only thing that takes flight is finger-pointing, leaving taxpayers footing the bill for grounded ambitions.
Maria Corina Machado wins Nobel Peace Prize, but Venezuela's turmoil persists. A Nobel won't magically transform a country where peace is as elusive as a unicorn in a desert, but it sure looks nice on a shelf.
Speeda Drops in the Rich featuring RJ promises a fresh sound. Another track about wealth, because what the world really needs is another ode to materialism, while poverty stands in the corner clapping sarcastically.
Wired Attack steals SGX ECDSA keys, claiming innovation while it's just another day in the cyber Wild West, where the only law is who hacks first. When your security's as thin as a politician's promise, it's no wonder hackers treat your systems like a buffet at the data breach diner.
Iron Maiden releases Live at the Rainbow from 1980, Metalheads Rejoice. Nostalgia hits hard when you realize the only thing heavier than their riffs was the price of gas back then.
Iteravone, loaded nanogel tested, claims to reduce schizophrenia symptoms in rat models. If only human mental health could be fixed with a sprinkle of nanotech, we'd be one step closer to a sci-fi utopia or dystopia.
AstraZeneca cuts drug prices with White House, proving that even a pharmaceutical giant can play nice when the spotlight's on them. In a world where health costs are as inflated as egos in Washington, it's amazing what a little PR pressure can do to make billionaires suddenly generous.
Study claims age-related gender bias persists in online media, yet lacks solid ground truth. When algorithms and stereotypes tango, reality checks get sidelined, and we end up with a digital funhouse mirror.
Only 10% of rock fans remember Assembly of Dust, and they call it nostalgia. When your band's most memorable moment is a cover song from 2009, it's time to find a new path home, maybe with a GPS this time.
Trump's National Guard moves hit 2 court roadblocks, promises of security now questioned. Deploying troops as political pawns tends to backfire when courts get involved, revealing the fine print of overreach and ambition.
Michigan Republican demands porn ban, but caught on fetish and group sex site. It's the classic case of do as I say, not as I do, where moral crusades conveniently overlook personal browsing histories.
Albanese pushes two-state solution after Israeli hostage release, yet troops stay home. Talking peace is easy. Sending troops is harder when allies expect you to shoulder the burdens of their geopolitical messes.
Only 5% of creators understand financial planning, and Corient calls it empowerment. When financial advice is wrapped in corporate sponsorship, it's like putting a bow on a tax audit. Still a surprise, but not the fun kind.
Justice turns into a circus when those who chase corruption find themselves trapped in the funhouse mirrors of political retribution.
Only 20% of romantic tragedies end in happiness, and Arijit Singh claims his new song is uplifting. When heartbreak is marketed as a love song, it's like selling rain clouds as sunshine. You might get some light, but you're still getting soaked.
Afghanistan's neighbors reject U.S. background base plan, defying expectations. When even the Taliban secures regional backing, it's a clear sign that past interventions have left a bitter taste stronger than any promises of security.
Federal Reserve projects 2 more interest rate cuts by 2025, minutes reveal division. When the economic oracles can't agree, it's like watching a magic show where the rabbit keeps disappearing, but no one knows where the hat is.
Kristi Noem blames Democrats for a shutdown delay, but her video won't play at PDX security checkpoints. When you blame game is no good cheese in a buffering cat video, it's time to question if the real shutdown is in your narrative skills.
Scientists identify brain area tied to chronic pain, promise new treatment soon. Hope is like a dangling carrot. Just when relief seems within reach, the pharmaceutical industry pulls the string a little further.
IRS furloughs nearly half its workforce, claims it's business as usual. When your tax collector takes a vacation, you might think it's a win, until you remember who else is on vacation: accountability.
When peace looks like a boys' club with a golden handshake, maybe the real prize is finding a place where equality isn't just a participation trophy.
Because what every teenager needs is another way for Big Brother to track their every move under the guise of safety and convenience.
Six dead in Mississippi homecoming shootings, celebrations turn to mourning. When the party ends in tragedy, it's a grim reminder that homecoming can sometimes mean
When your birthday gift to the nation is a missile, you might be compensating for something other than just age wrinkles.
Trump demands surprise medical check after brain speculation, and his team calls it transparency. When your presidency's brain trust requires a doctor's note, the real diagnosis might be a chronic case of political hypochondria.
Protests end in Israel with singing in Hostage Square, labeled a dream. When relief sounds like a lullaby, you know the nightmares have been too real for too long.
Apparently, when you mix global economic chaos with digital speculation, you get a fiscal train wreck that makes even Bitcoin believers question their life choices.
Trump's cabinet blurts out hidden truths, creates chaos in meeting. When the masks slip, the circus reveals its true ringmasters, juggling delusion and denial without missing a beat.
Podcaster Theo Vaughn demands DHS remove deportation video featuring him, and the agency calls it an oversight. When your cameo in a deportation montage becomes a cry for censorship, it's time to question who's directing this dystopian reality show.
When your budget becomes a weapon of mass obstruction, it's clear some leaders prefer a scorched earth policy to a functioning government.
Paul Mescal pushed for Hammett Awards in supporting actor category, not lead. Hollywood magic trick. Demote the star to supporting role. Because who needs logical categories when you're chasing that shiny gold statue?
Only 10% of tributes actually capture the spirit of their subjects, and Adam Smith calls it a knockout. When broadcasters start swinging for sentimentality, it's often the audience that ends up on the ropes.
Leyline's release Introspection in R&B promises soul-searching.
Federal government slashes billions from homeless housing, then claims it's a budget optimization. Guess the only thing more temporary than housing is the compassion in federal budget meetings.
Police tear gas kills 1-month-old baby, and authorities call it an unfortunate incident.
Trump administration slashes federal workforce, calls it substantial. Nothing like firing people to show how much you care about government efficiency during a shutdown you orchestrated yourself.
Gold prices hit $4,000 per ounce as Washington's shutdown sends panic rippling through wallets worldwide. When the government's lights go out, gold's glow becomes the only dependable nightlight for the wealth hoarders.
Biotech firms boast petabyte scale search, ignore user frustration. When your data is bigger than your patients, even petabytes of potential can't hide the lag in delivering actual breakthroughs.
TV's pointed game as Special Edition. When a deal is brokered by a man who mistakes walls for solutions, we wonder if the ink will last longer than the handshake.
Tree frogs misjudge winter, climate change scrambles their antifreeze timing.
Pope Leo XIV condemns economic inequality, but the Vatican's wealth could fund a small country. When the OSCE reaches against excess, we can't help but wonder if their collection plates will start collecting dust instead of gold.
FBI shifts focus, nearly 25% now tackling immigration cases. When crime fighting turns into border patrolling, you know priorities have shifted, but hey, who needs agents on actual crime when you've got paperwork to shuffle?
Physicists create portable muon beam,
claim it accelerates archaeology scans. When subatomic particles become your new excavation buddies, archaeology might finally step out of the Stone Age, but don't expect Indiana Jones to swap his whip for a lab coat just yet.
Poland rejects EU migrant plan. President clashes with von der Leyen. Refusing to share the burden, Poland builds taller walls, forgetting that isolation is a fortress made of paper and fear.
Bob Dylan's art debuts off-Broadway, but tickets cost more than his early albums. When the price of admission rivals a vintage vinyl collection, you start to wonder if the times are truly at changing or just cashing.
European Commission probes Hungarian spy network, secrets unravel. When the shadow puppets are exposed, expect the puppet masters to deny everything and blame the audience for watching.
Only 20% of Gen Z shuns sex, and spec strippers are here to prove it. Turns out, the real revolution might be less about abstinence and more about redefining what poppin' really means, corn-shed headpieces and all.
State representative faces charges for indecent liberties with a child, moral bankruptcy exposed. The irony of a lawmaker breaking laws they swore to uphold is as predictable as it is repugnant.
China demands India assure no rare earths reach US, but trusts are brittle. The global supply chain is a fragile web, and China's grip on rare earths is the tangled knot that keeps everyone on their toes, or maybe just on their knees.
Trump demands more cowbell at rallies, promises it will drown out dissent. When life gives you a cacophony of criticism, just add cowbell and pretend it's all part of the band.
Landlords settle for over $141 million after algorithmic rent gouging scandal.
Maria Corina Machado wins Nobel Peace Prize at 58 for challenging Maduro's regime, now living in hiding. Winning a prize for democracy while dodging dictatorship's wrath shows some awards come with bullet dodging as a prerequisite skill set.
Nobel Committee awards quantum tunneling experiments, claims it bridges worlds. Because who needs warp drives when your atoms can just teleport through walls? Sci-fi on a budget, folks.
EU backs airlines over luggage fees, clashes with Spain on free hand luggage rules.
When carrying a handbag becomes a battleground, it's clear the only thing flying higher than planes are the legal fees.
Chat control vote delayed to December as support crumbles. Danish presidency persists. When the foundation of a plan is built on shaky ground, even the most persistent rhetoric can't stop the inevitable collapse. Democracy's dance is a slow waltz to nowhere.
Goldman Sachs raises December 2026 gold target to $4,900, calls it a hedge. Because nothing says we believe in the economy like betting the farm on shiny metal, Wall Street's Midas touch, or just might as well.
Russian strikes plunge Kiev into darkness. An eerie silence follows. When the lights go out, the shadows of conflict loom even larger, powerless in more ways than one, but defiance never dims.
ICE triples budget amid government cuts and casts wide recruitment net. When the rest of the government is downsizing, the expansion of ICE feels like hiring more bouncers for a party no one wants to attend.
Pedro Ptolomeo Rojas, known as Monkey, revolutionizes cumbia concert posters, now hailed as chicha art. From back alley to gallery, Monkey's vibrant designs prove that the revolution will be painted, printed, and danced to a cumbia beat.
Luigi Mangione lawyers push to dismiss charges after alleged assassination. When the stakes are high, legal acrobatics become an art form, transforming cold-blooded accusations into mere misunderstandings in a court's eyes.
CLRP hackers exploit Oracle flaw, breach dozens of organizations with ease. When your security is a sieve, even a hacker group named after a dance move can waltz right in and take the lead.
In an ironic twist, the government of customer relations now has a very angry 905 clients who are just preferred carrier figures of a class story.
Georgia clamps down post-Tbilisi unrest, promising stability. When leaders start using handcuffs as a peace offering, it usually means they're more interested in controlling the narrative than addressing the chorus of dissent.
SpiderCat database claims no suitable articles, yet the web teems with news.
Only 42% of data breaches are reported, and Salesforce calls it transparency. AI industry claims crossroads, but keeps building more roads in every direction. When the map looks like spaghetti, maybe it's time to consider if the journey itself is the real destination.
JC Limited appoints Valdine Reddy as CEO, while Layla Fourie retires next year. It's a game of musical chairs where the tune never changes, just the faces that nod along to the same old capitalist symphony.
Study warns U.S. West Coast faults might trigger catastrophic quakes. Still no evacuation plan. It's all fun and games until the ground decides to agenda with your infrastructure. But hey, at least the rent might finally drop.
News pops, brains short circuit, memes flood. When reality becomes stranger than fiction, humor's the only lifeboat left to navigate this ocean of absurdity and denial.
When the deal's as clear as a desert mirage, you know it's more about optics than peace, with Trump playing the ultimate showman.
Argentine markets cheer as government eases peso restrictions, but inflation still looms. It's like rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Temporary relief won't stop the iceberg of economic instability from sinking hopes.
Scientists reveal weight loss isn't essential to reduce diabetes risk, defying conventional wisdom. Turns out, the scale is just another number in a world obsessed with digits, while lifestyle changes do the heavy lifting.
Fish fans ride back on the train nostalgia trip. Ticket prices hit record highs. Only the jam band faithful would pay top dollar to relive a 12-year-old riff, proving that the real concert is in their hearts, not their wallets.
US launches financial rescue plan for Argentina. Critics predict disaster. When your savior is also your creditor, expect the lifeline to come with a chokehold, not a helping hand.
Ryanair flight lands with 6 minutes of fuel left, flight log suggests. When your budget airline starts playing chicken with gravity, maybe it's time to reconsider how much you're saving on that ticket.
Trump's 20-point plan demands Gaza demilitarization, calls it peace. When your peace plan involves disarming the oppressed, it's less about harmony and more about holding the silence of the powerless as victory.
Asian shares slump over China tech fears, dollar dips unexpectedly. When tech bubbles look more like balloons, expect a pin to come from the least expected direction, deflating more than just optimism.
European countries struggle to unify drone defense buying, security threats rise. When everyone wants their slice of the defense pie, you end up with crumbs instead of a coherent strategy, leaving gaps big enough for a drone to fly through.
Romanian central bank plans stable rates until March, calls it stability. When inflation's afire and your strategy is holding a water pistol steady, you're not exactly winning the battle, just delaying the burn.
Jack Posobiec warns of democracy's end at CPAC, then attends White House event.
Bad Bunny catches foul ball at Yankees game, fans cheer ironic hero. When a pop star outshines the home team's lineup, you start to wonder if the Yankees should recruit him for the outfield too.
EU pledges 11.5 billion euros to South Africa, calls it investment. When you're tossing billions into a continent you've historically plundered, it's less philanthropy, more a guilt-ridden game of monopoly with real lives.
Scientists debunk Trump's policies, call it the circus of ignorance. When PhDs have to explain basic science to a former president, you know the clown car has officially gone off the rails.
The Smiths release I Know It's Over, Scale of Funeral for Optimism. Morrissey's voice remains the melodic equivalent of a rain cloud.
Fayette County man accused of assaulting ex-girlfriend's 12-year-old daughter calls it a misunderstanding. When your defense hinges on redefining innocence, you might want to reconsider your moral compass and get a new lawyer.
Luigi Mangione's lawyers seek dismissal of charges in CEO assassination, claiming misunderstood intentions. When murder becomes a misunderstood gesture, you know we're living in a world where lawyers can spin a hit job into a Hallmark card.
UK politicians blame Brexit for steel crisis, then deny responsibility. The blame game is a classic political manoeuvre, where honesty is as rare as a unicorn at a Westminster tea party, prancing around the reality of economic self-sabotage.
MIT refuses to accept White House funding terms, while other schools still indecisive. When the smartest kids in the room say no to your money, maybe it's time to question the strings attached.
NY court system issues AI rules for judges, staff then claims transparency. When the law meets machine learning, it's like asking a robot to interpret a Shakespearean sonnet full of sound and fury, signifying a bureaucratic headache.
Experts warn threats mounting for wild bees and butterflies in Europe, call it an ecological crisis. When the buzz and flutter fade, so do our chances of pollinating a future that doesn't taste like cardboard.
Peru's president removed from office amid soaring crime, then chaos reigns. When leadership is as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm, even the criminals start to look like the organized ones.
Only 75% of SSDI recipients will get full benefits by 2033, and the government calls it long-term planning. When the safety net has more holes than net, maybe it's time the government stopped playing Jenga with people's lives.
A single woman plans to go off-grid, but still needs to address one last thing. Even in the wilderness, you can't escape existential dread. It's the one thing you can't compost or barter away.
US immigration enforcement deploys military-grade drones on civilians, calls it maintaining border security. When did the American dream come with a side of predator drones? Maybe freedom's just a concept you can bomb from the sky.
Democratic Governor Andy Beshear says his party has a lot of work to do, then stays lost. When your party's compass is spinning like a cheap carnival ride.
Neymar claims his throne, then watches it rust. When your crown's made of hype and highlight reels, even the jester's thinking about a career change.
The real question, is it a lawsuit or a plea for sanity? Maybe we should just start charging likes for therapy sessions?
Instagram reveals new creator tools, promises growth for the $500 billion creator economy. Just what we need. More tools to make curated perfection look effortless, while we all drown in algorithmic mediocrity.
Battlefield 6 launches at full price fixes nothing. When your pivotal moment is just a recycled war zone, even EA's stock options start looking like a better battlefield.
India consumes cough syrup by the gallon. Children die. When medicine becomes the poison, you know the healthcare system is running on fumes and a prayer.
Ahmad Ibse claims Palestinians embody unwillingness to submit, citing Sumud as the backbone of their resistance. While colonial powers write history, Palestinians etch their narrative in endurance, proving that dignity can't be bulldozed or bought.
EU ministers push chat control, claim it shields minors. When privacy becomes collateral damage, you have to wonder if they're safeguarding kids or just safeguarding control.
When digital gold turns to fool's gold in an hour.
Israeli troops pull back, Palestinians return, then the cycle of occupation resumes its twisted dance. Occupation is the world's worst roommate, never pays rent, always leaves a mess, and claims it's doing you a favor by staying.
Disneyland ride leaves woman unresponsive. Magic Kingdom loses its sparkle. Turns out, even in the happiest place on earth, reality occasionally sneaks in to remind us of its grim presence. Parents of hostages thank Trump after Israel-Hamas ceasefire deal, claiming a miracle.
Ceasefire in Gaza offers relief, yet fear persists over future. Peace feels more like a commercial break in a never-ending horror show, scripted by those who profit from perpetual chaos.
Only 30% of companies secure tax services, and CEOs call it progress. Cybersecurity is like a leaky boat. They patch one hole, while a dozen others spout off, and the captain grins like it's full steam ahead.
Nobel Peace Prize awarded to Miria Corina Machado amidst political turmoil. A prize for peace in a world where peace is just a trophy, and the real winners are those who sell the weapons.
LG C4 OLED sale launches at half price, claims best Prime Day TV deal. In a world where pixels promise paradise, the only thing sharper than the picture is the marketing pitch that got you there.
Tariff war reunites Wall Street traders panic safety in treasuries. When the going gets tough, the tough get going to gold because nothing says modern economy like hoarding shiny rocks.
Trump threatens massive tariffs on China, then blames them for global supply chain chaos. It's like setting your neighbor's house on fire and complaining about the smoke. Donald's diplomatic finesse continues to redefine international relations with a sledgehammer.
Government shutdown persists, back pay dispute fuels chaos, workers unpaid. In a land of plenty, unpaid workers serve as pawns, proving once again that political chess games are the only bipartisan sport left.
Israel claims troop withdrawal from Gaza imminent, yet hostages remain in limbo.
Ceasefire plans are like magic tricks. They distract you with one hand while the other keeps the crisis simmering. Peace in the Middle East is still a mirage.
Carlyle's proprietary data signals recovery, but contradictions abound. When private equity predicts prosperity, remember, their crystal ball is often clearer when it's their own fortunes on the line, not yours.
CDC faces mass layoffs. Shutdown spares no one public health at risk. In an era where viruses travel first class, the government's decision to ground its own disease police seems like the setup for an apocalyptic punchline.
Slate's Prudy, confronted with grandparental invasion crisis, demands boundaries for bedroom sanctity. When grandkids turn your private time into a daycare, it's time to reclaim your space, unless you enjoy bedtime stories as foreplay.
Blue teething spreads globally, drug users share blood, HIV rates skyrocket. When your drug habit turns into a blood brother pact, it's less about getting high and more about playing Russian roulette with a loaded health crisis.
New Jersey GOP nominee opposes Trump, supports wind farms and Tylenol. When political winds shift faster than a governor's stance, you know it's not about policy wisdom, but the headache of re-election math.
Palestinian students escape Gaza for UK studies face new struggles. Trading one chaos for another, they now juggle textbooks, homesickness, and the British weather, proving education is a battlefield in its own right.
When your sales strategy relies on nostalgia and gambling.
C-SPAN caller pleads with Speaker Johnson, fears kids' lives at risk over shutdown. When governance becomes a game of chicken, it's the innocent who end up roadkill on the political highway.
German FM urges Greece to lift to the veto, promises 150 billion euros defense program inclusion. When diplomacy turns into a game of financial incentives, it's less about peace and more about who can dangle the biggest carrot.
Ceasefires are like temporary band-aids on gaping wounds, offering a momentary illusion of healing, while the deeper issues continue to fester.
Thor Alessi drops Nights in 2025, promises ambient revolution. Another ambient track claiming to redefine the genre, while listeners wonder if background noise is the new symphony or just a fancy nap aid.
When the corporate ladder turns into a slippery slope, you might find yourself sliding faster than you can climb, with no safety net in sight.
Trump claims he ended 7 wars, stakes Nobel Peace Prize 2025. When peace becomes a marketing tool, the prize might as well be a participation trophy for the world's loudest self-promoter.
Competitor becomes Reddit moderator, torpedoes $23.5 million bootcamp with a few strategic keystrokes. Who knew the real coding bootcamp was learning how to weaponize internet clout, proving once again that the pen or post is mightier than the sword.
Senator Durbin insists bipartisan talks will solve shutdown while troops wait.
Police arrest more suspects after arson attack on Peacehaven Mosque. Call it shocking. When hatred sets fire to places of peace, you have to wonder if some folks miss the memo on basic human decency.
Trump promises pressure for Gaza deal to last beyond a single phase. Like promising a parachute made of lead, expecting lasting peace from a man who thrives on division feels like a cruel joke on diplomacy.
Brussels authorities canceled Disturbed's show, citing a potential security risk instead of a chance to rock. Looks like the European Union's capital prefers its disturbances in the form of bureaucratic delays, not head-banging metal anthems.
DRC accuses EU of double standards over Rwanda minerals deal, calls it betrayal. Like selling umbrellas in a drought, expecting fairness from trade deals when profit is the only language understood is tragically naive.
Rebel Wilson accused of using U.S. court to intimidate the Deb star as film finally secures a distributor. In Hollywood, the plot thickens faster in courtrooms than in scripts. Maybe they should cast lawyers as the real stars.
Like a snake eating its tail, the irony of self-critique as strategy is lost on those who can't see past their own reflection.
Google bans ROMs and emulators, raising questions about Android freedom. Looks like Android's open source spirit got locked in a corporate cage. Next, they'll charge you for your own imagination.
Madonna drops ray of light and reinvents herself again. In an era of auto-tune and artificial beats, the real magic is watching an icon dance through time like it's her personal disco ball.
Earnings season begins, stock rally falters, hope for AI validation. When the market's riding on algorithms and hype, reality checks become the new currency, and traders suddenly remember their crystal balls are just glass.
Game developers ditch cheat codes, leaving nostalgia in the dust. Remember when a few button presses could make you invincible? Now, microtransactions are the only magic spells left in the gaming world.
Danzig releases can speak, but listeners struggle with the message. When metal lyrics are drowned in distortion, fans cling to riffs while pondering if the real message is hiding in the feedback loop.
Inolite eyes Hong Kong listing promising transparency.
UN warns of 4 million displaced in Africa's Sahel. When the world's conscience is as dry as the Sahel, we start counting humans like numbers on a spreadsheet, not lives in crisis.
When the world's currencies play limbo under economic woes, the dollar stands tall, blissfully unaware of the financial circus around it.
Trump administration pressures indictment. Letitia James faces fraud charges. In a plot twist worthy of a soap opera, the justice system now resembles a game of political chess with Trump as the master of puppets.
Trump admits negotiations with Putin tougher than Gaza peace talks.
COVID shots become widely available amid confusion and chaos. When access to life-saving vaccines resembles a game of hide-and-seek, maybe it's time to question who's really calling the shots.
Trump vows to defend Finland against Russia, then meets with Stubb.
Only 43% of conservatives support bans for moral reasons, while the rest just enjoy telling others what to do. Turns out, when it comes to morality, some folks just want to be the hall monitor of life clipboard and all.
New data shows 83% of universal credit claimants are British or Irish nationals. Turns out the welfare bogeyman isn't the foreigner next door, but the reflection in the national mirror, challenging xenophobic narratives with inconvenient truths.
Mosquito fever sickens thousands in southern China, then authorities react. When the buzz of mosquitoes drowns out the hum of progress, it's a stark reminder that nature doesn't wait for bureaucratic red tape to clear.
Apparently, our justice system doesn't take kindly to wannabe dragons turning sunny California into a barbecue pit.
Trump brokers Israel-Hamas peace stage, then hardliners fume. When peace becomes a political football, everyone pretends to play the game, but only the spectators get tackled by reality.
When your music sounds like a blender full of chaos and defiance, it's art. But when you call it experimento,
Alliance Laundry shares surged 13% post $826 million IPO. Investors celebrate nothing like a fresh cycle of profits to wash away the grime of economic inequality, while the spin cycle keeps turning for the rest of us.
Nothing screams democracy like threatening to lock up elected officials for not playing nice with your xenophobic agenda. It's the political version of a tantrum.
Thai Boris plans to relax rules, claims it will boost liquidity. When the going gets tough, the tough get looser regulations, because nothing says stability like greasing the wheels of finance with a splash of deregulation.
Trump schedules second yearly checkup. In 6 months, define basic math and calendar norms. Looks like the only thing getting checked more often than his health are facts at his press conferences.
UN Commissioner declares Trump's Gaza plan violates international law sparks global outrage.
White House announces substantial firings, blames government shutdown. Nothing like a little job in security to spice up the daily grind. When in doubt, just add the workforce and call it fiscal responsibility.
Tech giant Levi's Prompt AI's team in tech offers reduced salaries because nothing says welcome aboard like slashing pay. It's like buying a Ferrari and replacing the engine with a hamster wheel.
When reality feels like a bad trip, let bass lines and brass remind you that sometimes life's a groove, not a grind.
Rich McKenna releases Born to Burn, igniting punk scene. It's the soundtrack for a generation fed up with platitudes. Distortion and disillusionment never sounded so damn cathartic.
ICE agents arrest Chicago journalist during raid because the truth is apparently more dangerous than undocumented workers. If journalism is a crime, then these agents are the new fashion police, arresting anyone who dares to wear the truth.
Blair and Clegg host dinner granting tech bosses UK minister access. It's like inviting foxes to a hen house, but the hens are golden and the foxes wear tailored suits.
Karma catches up when you least expect it, proving that even in the darkest places, justice sometimes finds a way to turn the lights on.
Sophie Scamps quits sports club after Pocock banned for gambling critique. When raising ethical concerns gets you sidelined, it's clear the game is rigged and the referees are all in on the bet.
Trump slaps 100% tariffs on China from November 1st because why not start the holiday season with a trade war? Just in time for Thanksgiving, a feast of inflation served with a side of global economic tension. Pass the cranberry sauce and panic, please.
Senate repeals Middle East war laws, then calls it a peace effort. Repealing laws is like removing a band-aid from a bullet wound. It might feel better for a moment, but the underlying issues remain unresolved and festering.
Warsaw official faces trial for spying for Russia, calls it a misunderstanding. When caught with hands in the espionage cookie jar, claiming a misunderstanding is like saying you mistook a spy camera for a selfie stick.
Peace deals are like band-aids on bullet wounds. They cover the mess but don't heal the underlying infection of mistrust and hatred.
CBS fires Matlock star David Del Rio after sexual assault probe concludes. Hollywood's talent for drama extends beyond the screen, turning casting calls into casting stones with each scandal that hits the headlines.
La Niña returns weak and brief. Hurricanes still loom large.
It's like getting a discount on disaster. Nature's sale on storms means we might save a little on devastation, but the checkout line is still open.
Arab states strengthen military ties with Israel while condemning the Gaza conflict. Leak reveals because nothing says peace, like double-dealing diplomacy. Behind closed doors, it's all about weapons and whispers. Outside, it's public outrage and political theater. Who knew hypocrisy was a universal language?
Trump claims ending 7 wars Nobel Peace Prize looms. If rewriting history were an Olympic sport, he'd have the gold. Peace talks are more like reality TV with plenty of drama and no resolution.
Concord, birthplace of revolution, now a tourist haven.
Human Rights Watch rejects donations from comedians after Riyadh performance.
Zelensky pledges to nominate Trump for Nobel Peace Prize if he brokers Ukraine's ceasefire, a move as ironic as it is improbable. Imagine the Nobel Committee's faces when they have to weigh peace against a legacy of chaos. The irony might just break the scales.
When your educational resource sounds like a dystopian novel, maybe it's time to question if progress is just a rebranded regression.
Nobel head mocks Trump for Peace Prize obsession, calls it derangement. When your quest for validation leads to public humiliation, maybe it's time to realize that Peace Prizes aren't participation trophies.
Chinese hackers exploit open source measure tool, turning collaboration into a weaponized playground. When hackers turn open source tools against us, it's like inviting a vampire in and wondering why the garlic isn't working.
Eliza Schuyler's legacy transforms from founding mother to forgotten footnote in history's margins. When the spotlight fades, even the brightest lives can become mere shadows in the grand narrative written by those who decide which stories deserve to be told.
Oklahoma girls basketball team returns championship, realized it lost the title game. Honesty in sports, a rare play where victory slips through the fingers but integrity holds the trophy higher than any scoreboard.
Only 30% of companies trust AI security solutions, and CEOs call it innovation. When your security solution needs a security solution, it's like buying a guard dog that fetches burglars instead of chasing them away.
Thomas Paine praised magazines as genius nurseries, calling them a market for wit and utility in 1775. Fast forward to today, where clickbait headlines and paywalls turn the genius nursery into a profit-driven factory, leaving wit gasping for air in the digital age.
AU proposal, less children.
Cold Cody drops, God take it easy on me, but the soul is missing. When pleas for divine mercy become tracks for streaming,
It's unclear if we're seeking salvation or just another Spotify playlist spot.
Pharma giant announces first drug for mitochondrial disease, promises a medical revolution. When the pharmaceutical industry claims a breakthrough, check your wallet. Sometimes the only thing they want to heal is their profit margin.
Russia debates Gosplan 2.0 dreams of Soviet past while waging modern war. In trying to revive a centrally planned economy, they might just find themselves trading freedom for nostalgia, with a side of geopolitical tension.
Because nothing screams.
Auto CEOs promise stability as stocks nosedive, blame global tensions. When auto execs start pointing fingers at tariffs instead of their own failures, you know the only thing they're steering is the narrative.
Emma Says Nothing Drops Rome featuring Killer Mike, echoes of empires in decay. In a world where hip-hop mirrors history, this track reminds us that even the mightiest can crumble under the weight of their own ambition.
Because nothing says protecting privacy, like turning your face into intellectual property. Next up, patenting your laugh to protect against bad jokes.
Block 6164 in New Belgrade stand tall, shadows of utopian dreams. Concrete giants, once symbols of progress, now whispered tales of ambition turned to stagnation as modernity's promises fade into architectural nostalgia.
Nothing says winning like pink slips and unemployment lines, while the rich get richer and the workers are told to wait for the trickle.
Egypt announces Monday summit on Gaza, solving nothing by Tuesday. When world leaders gather to untangle knots, they often leave with more tangled ties and a few new knots in their stomachs.
Tech firm offers $2 million for zero-click RCE vulnerabilities, a hacker's dream. When loopholes become commodities, we are just $1 sign away from turning cyber threats into a lucrative side hustle for the bold and the reckless.
Israeli troops withdraw as Gazans return, but peace remains elusive. Like a game of musical chairs where the music never stops and everyone's too dizzy to find a seat.
When your peace plan involves the guy who built casinos on bankruptcies, maybe it's time to question the sincerity of the olive branch being offered.
Retail investors outperform S&P 500, sparking fear of overcrowded trades.
Nicole Richie compares her kid's high school life to a TV show. Reality TV star discovers that real life has drama too, but without the luxury of a director yelling "cut" when things get too real.
First Brand's creditor committee includes Raystone, their fiercest critic. It's like inviting the wolf to dinner and asking it to carve the roast. Just don't expect leftovers.
Indian investors scrutinize IT sector's future after Tata Consultancy Services earnings missed the mark. When tech giants stumble, it's a reminder that even digital empires can trip over their own code, leaving investors clutching their portfolios like lifeboats.
Trump cancels Xi meeting over rare earth clash, threatens huge tariffs. When diplomacy fails, nothing screams stable genius like turning global trade into a high-stakes poker game with everyone's chips on the table.
Liberals introduce second border bill, aiming to pass less controversial measures quickly. It's like serving decaf at an espresso bar. Sure, it's safer, but who's really waking up?
China electrifies its future with coal-powered trains and cars, then claims a green revolution. When your eco-friendly ride runs on yesterday's fossils, it's like calling fast food a diet plan, efficient but not exactly healthy.
White House signs deal for 4 icebreakers, calls it climate action. Breaking ice and breaking promises seem to go hand in hand, because nothing screams environmental responsibility like cutting through the Arctic to save it.
Only 2 years of high income impact IRA surcharges, but future you will still curse past you. It's the Medicare time warp. Pay now for the ghost of capital gains past, and hope your retirement budget can time travel too.
Playrat spyware targets Android users through fake WhatsApp and TikTok apps. In the digital age, even your phone's a double agent, and the only thing more fake than these apps is the promise of online privacy.
AI chatbots flood social content with words, claim it's engagement. When everyone's talking but no one's listening, you've got the perfect recipe for a digital echo chamber where the loudest voice is just an algorithm.
Israel claims ceasefire starts, but fighter jets keep Gaza City awake. When ceasefire means snooze button for bombs, peace feels as real as a mirage in the desert.
Oil prices drop amid Gaza ceasefire hopes. Supply glut looms. When peace talks, lower prices more than actual peace. You know the market's as fickle as a cat on a hot tin roof.
Queensland coal plants get decade extension, while Tasmanian winds claim 2 lives. When coal gets a longer lifespan than people, Mother Nature must be rolling her eyes and planning her next move.
Manchester Airport sees rearrest after synagogue attack shock. When your travel plans include dodging counter-terror police, maybe it's time to rethink your life choices, not just your destination.
When introspection meets the charts, it's like finding a soul at a corporate retreat. Beautiful, but it doesn't quite belong.
Philippine government assesses damage after quake kills 5, but evacuation plans remain outdated. When natural disasters hit, it's hard to shake the feeling that some governments plan with a paper map and a prayer.
Yuzo Aduba skates at Monster Skate event. Witches and bumblebees whirl around. When life gives you a rink full of costumed chaos, just glide through it like a pro and hope you don't faceplant in front of the bumblebees.
engineers unveil robotic retina camera capturing 140% more, yet optometrists still charge an arm and a leg. Just because we can see more of your eye doesn't mean the bill won't blind you.
Norwegian committee awards Nobel Peace Prize to Maria Machado, cites tireless democratic advocacy. Giving a peace prize for fighting dictatorship is like giving an umbrella for a hurricane. Noble gesture, but the storm's still raging on.
ESA unveils super antenna in Australia, reaches billions of miles away, celebrating contact with distant spacecraft while ignoring the lack of connection down here. It's like sending a love letter to the stars while ghosting your neighbors.
Arab states expand military ties with Israel during Gaza conflict, proving diplomacy is just a game of musical chairs with war drums. In geopolitics, when old enemies become dance partners, it's the civilians who always pay the piper.
Sanae Takaishi verbally supports yen, causing temporary market hiccup, then proving words are cheaper than foreign exchange rates. In the world of finance, a politician's promise is like a band-aid on a sinking ship, hopeful but ultimately futile.
U.S. economy teeters as 22 states It's like juggling flaming torches while riding a unicycle on a tightrope.
When influencers rally behind power grabs, it's like giving a megaphone to a bull in a china shop, loud, reckless, and bound to break something.
Only 42% of women ace cognitive tests during ovulation, yet exercise trumps hormones for brain power, study unveiled.
Turns out, the real secret to brain gains isn't timing your cycle, but getting off your cycle and onto a treadmill. Who knew sweat could outsmart biology?
EU ministers demand online age checks for minors, but kids bypass it with ease and VPNs. Just like a digital chastity belt, these age checks are more about appearances than actual protection. Who knew European ministers moonlighted as tech illusionists?
Deep sea mining threatens sharks, vital in ocean ecosystems and human culture, unseen peril lurking beneath. It's like throwing a rave in a library. The noise and chaos are bound to disturb the ancient, silent guardians of the deep.
Penn State flounders in third consecutive loss. Northwestern celebrates unlikely victory. Looks like Penn State's strategy was inspired by a toddler's game plan. Run around aimlessly and hope for the best. Maybe next time they'll remember which direction the end zone is.
Naveen Malik predicts year-end stock rally, fueled by strong corporate earnings. His stock market, where optimism is the currency of choice and reality, is just a pesky fly to swat away. Let's see if Wall Street's sugar high lasts past Halloween.
Pop-punk nostalgia resurfaces. 408 and Taylor Acorn Drop backfired in 2022, but the angst feels rehearsed. Like a middle-aged rock star in leather pants, it tries to rebel but ends up just sounding like dad at karaoke night.
Zelensky urges Trump to leverage Gaza ceasefire for Ukraine peace, while Russia exploits global distraction. As if Trump's peace-brokering skills weren't already legendary, now he's got a 2-for-1 deal on his hands. Maybe he'll throw in a free hotel stay for Putin.
Oklahoma's Republican governor slams National Guard in Chicago, calls it overreach. Because nothing says states' rights like meddling in another state's affairs. Maybe next, he'll critique New York pizza from Tulsa.
Supreme Court to decide on AI copyright battle, and the definition of creativity hangs in the balance. It's like asking a robot to paint a masterpiece and then arguing if it can sign its own name. The future's legal brushstrokes are messy.
Chicago police face scrutiny over shooting without video, leaving accountability invisible. In an age where everyone's a cameraman, how convenient for accountability to vanish just when it's needed most. It's like a magician's disappearing act, but with...
Twitter user starts tear Dane's tribute account, questions their own sanity. In a world where our digital identities are curated and performative, one wonders if the real tribute is to our own relentless need for connection.
Redditor G next to a civil user shares psychedelic album TXV coalescing corridors with trippy cover art. When your music genre sounds like a lost Finnish snack and the album cover looks like a hallucination, you're definitely on a trip to nowhere and everywhere at once.
Trump proposes Gaza peace plan, promises stability, delivers chaos. When the architect of a failed casino drafts a peace plan, expect more roulette than resolution. The real gamble? Thinking this time it'll work.
Trump finishes semi-annual physical, then jets off to the Middle East. In a twist of medical miracles and political theater, one wonders if the real examination was of our gullibility, not his health.
Only 30% of world leaders praise Israel-Hamas peace deal and the rest brace for the next cycle. When global praise is as rare as a unicorn at a dog show, you know the peace is as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane.
Only 40% of shoppers plan to spend more this holiday season, and advertisers call it a jingle bell recession. When the economy is on Santa's naughty list, maybe the best gift is learning to wrap expectations in recycled optimism.
The Brooklyn Nets and Phoenix Suns dribble past political potholes, proving once again that money talks louder than human rights whispers.
Congress allocates $300 million to WIS, yet the shutdown persists like a bad rerun. Spotify promotes In the Rich by Speeda, while the wealth gap grows wider than the Grand Canyon.
While tariffs loom, the government shutdown saga continues, reminding citizens that political theater often charges full price for a seat in the cheap seats.
Biden administration claims budget victory, yet Social Security workers can't process benefit letters during the shutdown. When the government pauses but bills don't, it's like hitting pause on a bad movie. Except this one's about your life savings.
When censorship is wrapped in tradition, it's like dressing a wolf in grandma's nightgown, only this time, Little Red Riding Hood's got no Wi-Fi.
TikTok trend fakes homeless intruders using AI, ignites panic police warnings in US UK. When reality blurs with digital pranks, society pays the price in fear, proving once again that attention is the true currency of the internet age.
Bat catches and devours robin mid-flight, proving nature's horror show needs no special effects. In the skies, it's a flying feast of terror, like if Hitchcock's The Birds had a Batman sequel and Bruce Wayne just got eaten.
Gene Simmons crashes in California, admits he's a horrible driver, but claims he's completely fine. When rock legends confess to bad driving skills, it's a miracle the only damage is to their egos and not the highways they roam.
Zelensky prioritizes defending 23 infrastructure sites, but silence is golden when bombs aren't. When your nation's under siege, you guard your lifelines like they're the last slice of pizza at a frat party. No sharing, just survival.
Space Huns drop Cosmic Mountain Rush on Bandcamp, yet only 7 fans orbit this stoner odyssey.
Once again, the stock market dances to the tune of trade wars, proving that financial stability is just a myth sold to the gullible.
National Guard troops from most states to exit D.C. this fall, leaving the Capitol's fall, fashion devoid of camo chic. When even the troops decide to ghost D.C., you know the party's either over or just getting started without them.
Biden undergoes radiation for prostate cancer, raising questions about the GOP's next conspiracy theory. Well, if Biden's prostate doesn't glow in the dark by Christmas, it might just be the one thing in DC that isn't radioactive.
Trump forces Gaza ceasefire deal, then claims he invented peace. In the history books of the future, Trump will surely be credited with inventing fire, the wheel, and maybe even gravity, if he can just get the right PR team.
Trump hires global Palestinians to manage Gaza, then calls it a diversity win. When you mix a reality show with geopolitics, you get Trump's latest episode of Who Wants to Run a War Zone? Auditions held worldwide.
ETFs promise bubble protection, but only if you love financial safety nets made of tissue paper. In the world of high finance, where the air is thin and the bubbles are thick, ETFs are like parachutes made out of dental floss. Good luck on the way down.
Tennessee plant explosion leaves no survivors. Sheriff confirms the real outcome. In the land of the free, even workplaces become battlegrounds, where safety regulations are as rare as unicorns in boardrooms.
When your economy is a house of cards, a treasury bill is just a fancy way to say, please don't notice the cracks in our foundation.
Sean Diddy Combs enters prison rehab, claiming it's self-improvement while dodging the real sentence spotlight. When your sentence is a spa day with a side of introspection, justice is just a VIP backstage pass to accountability.
Drug rehabs lure patients for insurance cash, then dump them on the streets. In a twisted game of bait and switch, the vulnerable are exploited while the system pretends it's all about healing and second chances.
When peace triumphs over presidential tantrums, it's a reminder that not even a gold-plated ego can buy a legacy.
When bureaucracy meets ambition, expect a housing shortage with a new coat of paint and a mountain of paperwork.
When your guests are the same industry insiders, it's like asking the foxes how best to guard the henhouse.
Melania Trump contacts Putin regarding Ukrainian children because diplomacy is best left to former models. When international relations become a reality TV plot, expect humanitarian crises handled with all the finesse of a fashion faux pas.
Spanish Minister Oscar Lepo demands global digital regulation, promises to safeguard rights while ignoring privacy like a forgotten password. In a world where rights are safeguarded by bureaucrats, expect your online life to be as secure as a diary with a broken lock.
AWS touts cloud innovation in entertainment, but the spotlight's on profit margins. When the cloud rains cash, innovation's just the silver lining to keep the investors smiling.
Nobel winner Maria Corina Machado praises Trump for strong leadership, while the rest of us look for a leadership manual in the fiction aisle. When flattery meets reality, the Nobel Committee might want to check if their prizes come with an irony detector.
Amazon's Prime Day touts 30 best tech deals, but only if your definition of deal includes buying things you didn't know you needed.
The founders imagined young Earth, now we debate climate change denial. From woolly mammoths to melting ice caps, some still fantasize that ignoring science keeps the past alive.
Chasmoset retires from Bathurst 1000, swaps Speedway for Suds with fans on the mountain, proving that even racing legends need a pit stop.
United Arab Bank attempts $800 million debt sale, calls it a cleanup while sweeping financial skeletons under the Gulf's pristine sands. When your bank's dirty laundry is worth $800 million, even an oil-rich breeze can't mask the stench of fiscal misadventure.
Floods devastate Mexico, leaving 27 dead and more missing. Authorities spin response. When nature's fury meets infrastructure neglect, thoughts and prayers become the cheapest currency governments spend.
Only 5% of Primus fans understand southbound Pachyderm, and Les Claypool calls it accessible. When your music video stars an elephant on a road trip, it's safe to say the mainstream missed the exit ramp entirely.
Pakistan shuts Afghan border after gunfire, then claims it's for peace. When your version of peace involves locking the door and throwing away the key, maybe it's time to redefine diplomatic relations.
Labour-run council exploits legal loophole, serves families no-fault evictions, calls it governance. When bureaucracy dances around compassion, families find themselves as mere collateral in the tango of political convenience.
Trump pressures Nobel Peace Prize chair. When you try to strong-arm a peace prize, it's like asking for a standing ovation after setting the theater on fire.
Atmosphere claims God loves ugly, but beauty standards remain brutal. In a world where flaws are marketed as quirks, we're still stuck, photoshopping reality to fit a mannequin's dream.
National Guard troops patrol Memphis, claim it's for peace. When camouflage becomes the city's new fashion trend, you know someone's idea of safety involves a lot of boots and very little trust.
In a world drowning in streams, the stoner anthem invites us to tune out with riffs, proving silence isn't golden, it's just out of tune.
Krakow's autumn colors dazzle tourists, yet locals brace for winter's grip. As leaves fall and cameras click, the reality of heating bills and grey skies looms like an uninvited guest at a cozy party.
Albert Pujols discusses Angel's managerial role because swinging bats wasn't enough of a circus act. Trading the dugout for the hot seat, Pujols might discover that managing egos is trickier than mastering a curveball.
Only 21 seconds of fame for So Solid crew, and they call it a legacy. In the time it takes to microwave popcorn, these UK garage pioneers proved that fleeting moments can echo for decades.
College sports watchdog sets up tip line, promises confidentiality in new NIL era. Whistleblowers rejoice as the secret hotline offers a safe space while quietly ensuring the billion-dollar industry can continue its usual antics without much fuss.
Venezuelan opposition leader Maria Corina Machado wins Nobel Peace Prize while her country's government calls it foreign meddling. In a world where peace is weaponized, a prize for courage becomes a political grenade, explosive, yet somehow still wrapped in a velvet box.
Bradley Cooper stars in Ocean's 11 prequel with Margot Robbie, Another Heist. Hollywood recycles plots like it's saving the planet. But this time, they hope star power can distract us from the deja vu in every scene.
Only 5% of music streams pay artists fairly, and streaming giants call it innovation. In the digital age, musicians are the new canaries in a coal mine, singing for their supper, while tech moguls feast on golden royalties.
UK regulators plan to force Google to change search practices, but Gemini gets a free pass. So Google's search empire might face a British makeover, but Gemini's left to play the Joker, laughing all the way to the bank.
YouTube's cookie policy pops up again like a broken record demanding consent. Ah, the sweet irony of needing to agree to be tracked just to rock out, as if privacy was ever a real option in this digital masquerade.
Judge rules Illinois National Guard troops can remain but not deploy, stalling military muscle flexing. Looks like the troops are stuck in a holding pattern while the courts play chess with the pieces of power.
Bond market signals distress over shutdown's economic toll, proving Wall Street cares when its wallet feels the pinch. When the money men start sweating, you know the fiscal fan is about to get hit.
Matt Shaw impresses in minors yet falters in majors. Needs more time at age 23. The classic tale of potential versus reality, where being almost there means you're perpetually stuck in baseball purgatory, swinging for the fences while the majors watch from afar.
When the coral are healthier than the tourists, you know Mother Nature's throwing some serious shade.
Silver prices hit $50, echoing the Hunt brothers' infamous squeeze, but don't expect any silver lining for your wallet.
When government gridlock means even the pandas can't escape furlough, it's a sign that the real endangered species might just be common sense and cooperation.
Netflix adapts Ruth Ware's novel into a Keira Knightley thriller, but plot twists can't hide the formulaic math behind the scenes. When Hollywood turns literary suspense into predictable equations, it's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube with all the colors removed.
U.S. troops land in Israel as Palestinians return to ruins and ceasefire holds just long enough for a photo op. When the dust settles and the cameras flash, who profits from peace built on shattered homes and empty promises?
Tennessee munitions factory explosion leaves 19 missing, feared dead, safety protocols implode. When military precision meets civilian oversight failure, the collateral damage isn't just metal and fire, it's human lives reduced to statistics in a forgotten rural tragedy.
Philippines issues TAMI warning after 7.4 earthquake hits Davao, urging evacuations while officials hope Mother Nature is just bluffing. As waves loom, the only thing rising faster than fear is the cost of ignoring climate change and disaster preparedness.
MIT rejects Trump's federal funding deal, calls it unsupportable. When the smartest minds refuse your money, it's not about the cash, it's a ledger of values where integrity outweighs any short-term fiscal gain.
EA issues free premium Battlefield 6 season passes to pre-orders locked out, promising perks as soothing balm for the broken promises. Nothing says we care like gilding the cage of gamers who already paid to be disappointed first.
Former British diplomat contests Scotland's Palestine action ban, sparking fears of a looming constitutional crisis.
Apple removes ice tracking apps. Developers vow to persist. When big tech pulls the plug, creativity finds a backdoor, proving that silencing tools doesn't erase the voices demanding accountability and transparency.
Trump unveils Gaza peace plan 2 years after conflict began, calls it comprehensive without mentioning details. When the easy way involves Trump, you bet it's a shortcut through a minefield with a blindfold and a megaphone.
New Yorker cover attempts animated art, leaves readers puzzled. When literary giants dabble in pixels, expect a cocktail of confusion and intrigue as the stillness of print battles the chaos of motion.
Only 3% of Bonaire residents can afford new housing, and the government calls it progress. When housing policy is written by monopoly players, expect everyone to end up in debt or jail.
Radamantha Steeler evolves with device fingerprinting, then PNG steganography payloads. When your malware gets a makeover, it's like giving a burglar a PhD in breaking and entering, now with a side of cryptic art.
SoundCloud disables JavaScript to frustrate listeners, then blames your browser. In the digital age, nothing screams innovation like an endless loop of error messages masquerading as user-friendly tech support.
Play increases the reward for finding major exploits to $2 million, calls it security progress. When tech giants treat exploits like lottery jackpots, it's clear they've made hacking the new American dream.
Michael J. Fox returns to acting after 5 years, calls it retirement. When your career is a boomerang instead of a straight line, you've mastered the art of the comeback better than any superhero.
third narco sub discovered in Solomon Islands, and authorities call it a maritime anomaly. When drug traffickers start playing Battleship in the Pacific, you know globalization's gone off the deep end.
Israel and Hamas agree first phase of Gaza peace plan, and cynics call it just another ceasefire charade. When peace plans are as frequent as moon phases, maybe it's time to question who's really benefiting from the lunar cycle.
Bear attacks woman on Japan Street, then vanishes into woods. In a world where nature decides to reclaim its space, even a leisurely stroll can turn into an unexpected wildlife documentary with you as the unwilling star.
Trump administration offers multiple justifications for deploying National Guard, though none can guard against the truth. When public safety is the catch-all for crushing dissent, it's clear the real threat is transparency.
Sony shrinks PS5 Slim storage to 500 gigabytes, calls it innovation. When your console's diet plan is storage, it's clear the only thing gaining weight is corporate profit margins.
Over 30 arrested in Lebanon for allegedly aiding Israel with Hezbollah intel. In a twisted global chess game, pawns pay the price while kings and queens stay comfortably out of reach, sipping tea and plotting their next move.
Google Pixel 10 Pro Fold costs $1,799, lacks expected Pro features. For a price that screams premium, it's ironic the only thing folding is the promise of professional specs.
Only 30% of politicians avoid cursing, and those who do still can't pull it off. Their attempts at being edgy are as convincing as a dad in skinny jeans trying too hard and still missing the beat.
South African Reserve Bank targets lower inflation, hoping it magically transforms bonds into golden tickets. Bankers betting on inflation like it's a roulette wheel, always dreaming of the jackpot, but mostly hitting the house edge. The Peace Prize Committee.
Georgia's pro-Russian rulers celebrate landslide win, opposition cries foul over alleged vote rigging. In a classic case of vote early, vote often, Georgia's new rulers seem to have mastered the art of counting twice.
Nelson twins appear in Peacemaker finale with James Gunn, insist they're not dead. Reviving careers through superhero cameos. The ultimate resurrection spell for musicians once lost to the sands of time, now reborn in comic book glory.
Drake loses defamation suit against Kendrick Lamar. Judge rules lyrics are non-actionable opinion. Looks like Drake's legal team learned the hard way that sometimes sticks and stones may break bones, but Kendrick's words remain untouchable.
Sai Sudarshan catches the impossible, leaving West Indies batsmen in disbelief during the second test. While Sudarshan defies gravity, the only thing falling faster than the ball is the West Indies batting lineup.
Daft Punk collabs with Jay-Z on unreleased track Computerized surfaces in 2010.
When robots meet rap moguls, the future sounds like a dance floor dystopia where humans are merely the background noise to digital beats.
Wall Street's rally stalls as the S&P 500 faces heat check, with investors still clinging to dip buying. The stock market's like a treadmill with no off switch. Everyone's running, but no one's getting anywhere except to the brink of exhaustion.
ICE transforms immigration courts into bureaucratic nightmares, leaving justice as elusive as a mirage in a desert. When due process becomes a dystopian circus, the only thing missing is a ringmaster with a sinister grin and a penchant for paperwork.
Pet Kit Eversweet Max 2 discounted by $23 promises hydration. A slick gadget for your feline friend, but if your cat still ignores it, at least your wallet feels slightly less parched.
DOJ charges NY chamber exec after finding torture chamber, and suddenly, 50 Shades looks like a children's bedtime story. When your business is commerce but your pastime is criminal, maybe it's time to rethink those networking events.
When your America First slogan starts hosting foreign air forces, your fan base might start asking for a refund on those red hats.
Egypt hosts Leaders Summit Monday to discuss Gaza ceasefire promises peace, another meeting in paradise where promises flow like cocktails, yet the people waiting for peace still drink from a well of despair.
When your business model banks on luxury during a burning planet, you might be on the wrong flight path to sustainability.
Netflix expected a K-pop rally, but Elon Musk and tariffs blocked it. Turns out, when you mix streaming with unpredictable billionaires and trade wars, the only thing that skyrockets is the confusion among shareholders.
Israel and Hamas announced ceasefire deal, but Palestinians in Gaza say joy is incomplete until missiles stop playing peekaboo. Because nothing says peace like waiting to see if the ceasefire is just a coffee break for rockets.
Qatari diplomats die in car crash near Sharm el-Sheikh, proving even diplomacy can't negotiate with reckless drivers.
Simple Minds' Jim Kerr praises Liam Gallagher as a great stepdad, but not a peacemaker. When your stepdad is a rock star, family dinners come with a side of tabloid drama and the occasional microphone drop.
Russian gunmen approach Estonia border. NATO responds with lockdown and a sternly worded memo. When armed men knock on your door, a lockdown is the NATO version of hitting the snooze button on a geopolitical alarm clock.
Texas AG targets Discord after Charlie Kirk shooting, blames platform, not policies. Blaming a chat app for violence is like blaming keyboards for typos. It's a convenient distraction from addressing the real societal issues at play.
Companies overspend on AI by billions, fueling yet another bubble ready to pop. Tech bros are once again proving that throwing money at shiny algorithms doesn't guarantee returns, just more expensive disappointments.
K-pop track Wolf Desire drops. Promises more howling than harmony. With all the subtlety of a neon wolf in sheep's clothing, this tune's more bark than bite. Yet fans will still lap it up.
When the watchdogs are muzzled by the very institutions they monitor, democracy isn't just on life support, it's in the morgue awaiting an autopsy.
Trump and el-Sisi to chair Gaza summit, plan peace with a side of chaos. When the architects of division host a peace summit, expect more fireworks than resolutions, like asking pyromaniacs to guard the kindling.
NVIDIA's Taipei HQ stalled by land dispute, calling it strategic patience. When your AI empire is halted by a plot of land, it's like a supercomputer stuck on a dial-up connection, progress buffering indefinitely.
OpenAI partners with AMD for 6 gigawatts of chips, leaving NVIDIA sidelined. When you're not invited to the power party, maybe it's time to question if your dancing skills, or your chips, are really all that.
Phillipson demands Starmer scrap two-child benefit cap, calls it economic liberation. When scrapping a policy feels like an uphill battle, it's proof politicians are more comfortable capping dreams than lifting ceilings.
Figma vulnerability lets hackers execute remote code, but the patch is a click away.
When even the opera house gets stage fright, you know the script's gone off the rails. Silencing protest is a dangerous encore.
Nobel Committee awards Maria Corina Machado Peace Prize, citing her fight for Venezuelan democracy against dictatorship.
Trump posts message that could destroy Comey case, claims it was accidental. When the social media slip-up becomes a legal strategy, you know the defense is built on a house of tweets and contradictions.
When teaching history makes you a flight risk, it's clear the only thing soaring is the paranoia of power. Only 8% more soft drinks lead to higher depression odds, and Big Soda calls it a thirst quencher. When your cola comes with a side of existential dread, it's clear they've added a new ingredient, melancholy syrup.
Zelensky calls Trump twice in 2 days. Promises were made, none kept. When your dial tone sounds like déjà vu, it's not diplomacy. It's a long-distance relationship with reality.
High school ex resurfaces, requests impossible favor after traumatic breakup. When ghosts from the past knock on your door with demands, it's time to double-check your emotional locks and deadbolts for sanity's sake.
When your standalone plan is a coat of corporate paint, it's less a revolution, more a rerun.
Mark Sanchez ousted from Fox booth due to stabbing incident, but it's unclear who got skewered. When a sports star swaps the field for the mic, you'd hope the only things getting stabbed are juicy steaks, not reputations.
Taliban cuts internet, plunges Afghanistan into communications blackout, claiming moral enforcement. When censorship is sold as virtue, truth becomes the first casualty, and silence becomes the loudest scream of all.
When your solution to a budget crisis is borrowing more, It's like trying to put out a fire with gasoline.
Social media influencers stage AI homeless man prank, then local authorities issue stern warnings. When your idea of comedy involves AI and homelessness, maybe it's time to recalibrate your moral compass, not your follower count.
Blonde Boy Shop sells custom tapes, promises stylish cassette players, but at what cost?
Governor Newsom blasts Trump with reality checks, then calls himself America's favorite governor. When your political strategy is trolling the commander-in-chief, you might be more interested in retweets than real governance.
Cancer triggers cachexia, causing severe weight loss, and scientists still don't know why. When your body's fighting cancer and wasting away, the mystery remains why researchers are still scratching their heads instead of solving the riddle.
Warner Music CEO promises artist growth, then touts streaming's global reach. When the industry talks growth, it often means squeezing more from the same creative well, leaving artists
Putin mocks Trump's Gaza peace deal, calling it a sandcastle in a hurricane. When the leader of Russia throws shade at your diplomatic efforts, you might want to rethink your strategy, or at least bring an umbrella.
Excite fright drops, lightning bolt. On Halloween, promises noise pop louder than your ex's excuses. Because nothing screams festive like a sonic assault that makes even the undead beg for earplugs, just in time for those who like their candy with a side of chaos.
Black metal band Mysticum releases LSD track claims it's mind expanding. When black metal meets psychedelics, you get a soundtrack perfect for contemplating the void while moshing in your living room.
EU pledges €400 billion for Global Gateway, claims it will bridge more than just the fiscal abyss. Because who needs social programs or climate action when you can pave the way for a shiny new road to nowhere? This is what happens when infrastructure dreams are as inflated as the promises behind them.
When a former PM consults with a financier turned infamous, the corridors of power echo with whispers louder than any public statement.
Only 0% of Gaza's leaders address malnutrition, while 55,000 preschoolers starve under the weight of empty promises. When political games leave kids fighting for crumbs, it's not just a war zone. It's a moral wasteland. Who knew peace treaties came with a side of child-sized hunger?
Trump administration denies security grants to Muslim groups while claiming to promote religious freedom.
When nationalism masquerades as rebellion, the real trade-off is between unity and the illusion of control, a dance with echoes of history's missteps.
Trump plans Middle East trip to meet released Israeli hostages, claims it's the cusp of peace. The art of peace building. Fly in for the photo op, declare victory, and hope no one notices the fireworks still going off in the background. Sustainable peace or just another episode in the reality show.
RFK Jr. lays off over 1,000 CDC employees, declares the agency finished. When leadership opts for self-destruction over self-reflection, the casualties are public trust and progress, leaving a trail of disillusionment and chaos.
Putin declares Trump too good for the Nobel Peace Prize, calls it a mere bauble. Ah, the Nobel Peace Prize, a trinket for mere mortals, not for the likes of our reality TV demigod. Perhaps they'll invent a new award. Best Supporting Actor in a Global Farce.
North Carolina Governor Josh Stein signs crime bill named for Irina Zaretska, promises it will fix everything. Because nothing screams comprehensive reform like slapping a name on a bill and hoping it magically solves crime. Next up, world peace by renaming the DMV.
Navan sets IPO price range, anticipates market cap of up to $6.5 billion. In the world of inflated valuations, the only thing rising faster than Navan stock is investor delusion, fueled by promises of endless growth.
Trump launches revenge tour to reclaim spotlight, promises to rewrite history along the way. Because nothing says leadership like a nostalgia trip fueled by grudges and an ego the size of the national debt. Grab your popcorn, the circus is back in town.
In a world where words often outpace actions, a letter from Melania to Donald gets more press than the children's actual ordeal.
Keir Starmer greeted by 5,700 posters in Mumbai, as if trade deals need a Bollywood debut. Who knew international diplomacy required more selfies than substance? Next time, maybe throw in a dance number to really seal the deal.
Prince William attends COP30 in Brazil, promises Earthshot Prize. Royalty jet setting to save the planet, because nothing says environmental commitment like flying halfway around the globe to discuss carbon footprints.
A century of wisdom and warmth extinguished, while the world keeps spinning, oblivious to the quiet grace that truly held us together.
The Mavericks release Come Unto Me, and it's all Tex-Mex flair, zero substance. A catchy tune that dances around the truth, pretending cultural appropriation is just a spicy garnish to sell more records.
Palestinians sift through Gaza ruins seeking their lost loved ones, hope shattered.
Stephen Miller claims presidential plenary authority and Google searches explode. Turns out, the concept of unchecked power has a seductive allure, especially when democracy is treated like a buffet of convenient interpretations.
The Sword's Lament for the Aurochs wails through 2006, heavy as extinction. Doom metal echoes a time when beasts roamed free, now just a riff in the fossilized groove of history.